Thank you for those who are joining us via Zoom for today's City of Santa Rosa City Council meeting. The City Council meeting will start shortly. Thank you for your patience.
All right, welcome to today's City Council meeting. Apologize for being a little bit late here. We had our closed session run just a few minutes overboard, but recognizing a quorum now, I will call us into regular session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers,
Present.
Mayor Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez.
Okay, thank you so much. Council, just as a little bit of housekeeping before we start our study session, remember to please keep your audio on mute unless you have been called on to speak. Staff will also be muted until they need to be addressing the council. For members of the public who have joined the meeting, you will be joining us as attendees in Zoom. That means that your microphone and your camera will also be muted. You will only have an opportunity to speak at the appropriate times when the clerk will unmute you and give you your 3 minutes in public comment. As a reminder, the City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hate speech or actions and are well staffed to monitor that everyone is participating respectfully. They will be removed if they are not. If necessary, we will also end the meeting. Now, Madam City Clerk, can you please explain to the public how they can be heard at today's meeting on each of these items?
Yes, after each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The mayor will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provided a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
All right, thank you so much, Stephanie. And with that, Mr. City Manager, let's go on to item 3.1, our first study session of the day.
Item 3.1, County of Sonoma Strategic Plan. And I would like to welcome Catherine DePasqua to lead us off.
Ms. DePasqua, it does not look like your audio is working. You're not picking up on our microphones.
Let's try this. How's this better?
Yes, thank you.
Apologies. So good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Catherine DePasqua. I am an administrative analyst in the Sonoma County Administrator's Office and the project lead for our 5-year strategic plan. Joining me today is Crystal Kia Harrow, the Deputy County Administrator. Next slide, please. So the goal of today's presentation is to hear from our city partners before we finalize the county strategic plan. We will be presenting the revised goals and objectives and will answer any questions you may have. So to give you some background on our strategic planning process, the Board of Supervisors approved the draft strategic plan on August 11th, knowing that the plan would evolve after we launched our community and stakeholder engagement process. The revised plan is going back to the board on January 26th, at which point the board will review the feedback we've gathered during their engagement period, and then also provide direction for any further revisions to the plan. The final plan will go back to the board on March 2nd for final adoption. To the extent that the City Council has formal input it would like to share with the board, We are recommending that you submit written input prior to the January 26th board meeting, or at the latest February, well, your slide says the 12th, but actually we're going to ask that you submit at the latest February 5th so that we can make sure that the materials get included in the final board item on March 2nd. Our board agenda items, the deadlines have changed a little bit, so that's the reason for the change in the date. Next slide, please. The purpose of the strategic plan is to inform which county policies and projects are prioritized for the next 5 years. County leaders have been working on developing the framework for the strategic plan since late 2019. Strategic plans tend to have different terminology for components of the plans, so here's a quick overview of how we've set up ours. Pillars identify the most strategic priorities for the county to accomplish over the next 5 years. Those 5 pillars are healthy and safe communities, organizational excellence, racial equity and social justice, climate action and resiliency, and resilient infrastructure. So under each pillar, there's a set of goals, and these are the outcomes that we want to achieve. And then under that, under each goal, there's also a set of objectives, and these are the measures of progress needed in order to achieve that goal. Beyond that, once the plan has been adopted by our board, the assigned lead for each objective will then work on developing an implementation plan, and that's what will be needed in order to meet each objective. Next slide, please. So the county has made a significant effort to gather feedback from both employees and community members. And really the goal of that was to get input and reactions on the draft strategic plan before it was finalized by our board. We also wanted to discover if there are any additional goals or objectives that should be added to the plan. And finally, we wanted to understand the relative priority of the objectives in both the eyes of our county employees and community members. In both employee focus groups and community sessions, we've polled participants to see which objectives they think should be tackled first by the county. This information will be really helpful for us when we start developing our implementation plans. For employees, we hosted several focus groups, multiple drop-in open house sessions, and we launched an online survey to gather feedback. For community members, we hosted several community sessions in both English and Spanish, made presentations to numerous community stakeholder groups, developed a session in a box for organizations who wanted to host their own focus groups, and we launched online surveys in both English and Spanish as well. Next slide, please. So up next, what we're going to do is we're going to dive into each of the strategic plan pillars. Each slide, as you can see here, contains all the goals and objectives for that pillar. What I'll do is I will read the goals and pause and give you a moment to go through each of the objectives on your own. And then at the end, we'll pause before moving on to the next one to see if you have any questions on this particular page. So up first is healthy and safe communities. Provide quality and equitable housing, health, and human services for all. Goal 1, expand integrated system of care to address gaps in services to the county's most vulnerable. Goal 2, establish equitable and data-driven distribution of services. Goal 3, in collaboration with cities, increase affordable housing development near public transportation and services. Goal 4, reduce the county's overall homeless population by 10% each year by enhancing services based on coordination and collaboration. And finally, Goal 5, continue to invest in public safety so that residents and visitors feel safe in our community. So with that, I'm going to give you a moment to kind of go through each of the objectives, and then as you have questions, just please call them out.
So council, I think what might be effective here is if we start with goal 1, and I'll ask council if you have any questions, and then we can move on to goal 2. And so obviously you've got your hands that you can raise on Zoom. So I'll start with Councilmember Schwethelm with goal 1, if you have any questions on that section.
And mine were with goal 2 and 3, or 2 and 4.
Okay. All right. Council, any questions on goal 1? All right. Councilmember Sweathelm, you had a question about goal 2.
Yes, so on goal 2, specifically the objective, I'm really interested in the results-based accountability. How is the county planning on tracking that and making that information available to the public?
I will defer to Crystal to see her response to that one.
Well, I think part of that is just making sure that we're have the right systems to track the data and make sure that the data that is shared is allowed to be shared. As you know, we have many privacy rules around that, but there isn't already an existing system to do that. The primary integration and sharing of data will probably happen mostly within the county departments. And I'm not going to pretend to know all the details as to how we share it with outside county, but even within the county family, you know, we're trying to reduce the level of redundancy and people having to complete information and provide information to ease the process overall. But that is where we're trying to make our initial improvements. Unfortunately, we don't have a subject matter expert on that particular system with us on the panel today to answer more specifically. But the primary reason is to improve that efficiency within the county.
And will that RBA process be used across the entire strategic plan? Because I'm not sure if I saw that specific language for some of the other goals and metrics.
No, my understanding it's mainly related to the safety net services, but I could see, you know, as we have, obviously our health department has connections with behavioral health, connections with justice departments. I think there probably is some linkage there. I wish I could speak more to the details of it, but that is the intent. It's kind of in line with that one door approach, that people aren't coming in needing services and having to give their information and, you know, being able to collect that data in one place, rather than having, you know, it's a service impact, but it's also an efficiency impact internally.
Yeah. So just feedback from my perspective, just what I've looked on RBA, the basic 3 questions are, you know, how much do we do? How well do we do it? And is anyone better off? And I think if that's the metric that the county will be using, it'd be nice for the other cities. We're having our goal setting in February. If we all have common language, because residents of Sonoma County really shouldn't have to decipher the way the city of Santa Rosa, we use SMART goals. You know, now the county's doing RBA. It'd be nice if we actually saw that language is user-friendly. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Fantastic feedback. Thank you very much. And that's why one of the principles in our strategic plan is to have, you know, good partnerships with the cities. You know, if we're all trying to serve the community, we want to do that in the best way possible. And having 3 different terms for the same thing is not helpful. So thank you for that comment.
Council, any other questions on section 2? On goal 2, excuse me. So I did have one. The overarching goal is establishing equitable distribution of services, and yet all of the objectives seem to just be the data-driven. Is there any room in this goal for discussions around geographic equity in where services are delivered as well? Like I said, I don't see it in the objectives, but I hope that would be part of the conversation.
So it's actually really interesting feedback, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. And what you're not seeing necessarily here today, but is included in our strategic plan document itself, is these kind of guiding principles that are kind of an umbrella over all of our pillars. And one of those is geographic equity of service. And, you know, we will see when we get to resilient infrastructure, there is an objective that speaks to kind of regional and neighborhood service centers to kind of make service access a little more equitable to some of the more far-reaching areas of the county. But it's good feedback for this pillar in particular. So thank you for mentioning it.
Great. Council, we'll go on to goal 3. Are there any questions on goal 3? Not seeing any hands from council members. I just had a quick question about to what extent the county would be coordinating with Sonoma County Transportation Authority in the collaboration around affordable housing development and public transit in that nexus, as well as our Renewal Enterprise District, which are 2 entities that are already set up to provide some of this conversation space in an integrated way between our cities and the county.
And I'll let Crystal add. What I would say is that some of that falls into kind of the implementation plan arena, which will be at the determination of the department leads that are assigned to implement this. So I think it's something that's kind of under development and will be kind of dependent on how the departments decide to implement this goal. But I'll see if Crystal has anything to add.
Yeah, I would just say absolutely. We would be working with Michelle Whitman and her group there for the Renewable Enterprise District, as well as, we have board representation on the SCTA. So again, I'll just reiterate that is absolutely one of our guiding principles, is to be working with the right partners on things that affect all areas of the county. So yeah, it's interesting when you make the comment, and if it's not clear here, this is the kind of feedback that we're looking for, that we haven't either emphasized something strongly enough, but it certainly is the intent.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, since we do have a number of regional partnerships that are ongoing, that it is reflected in this strategic plan that there are other spaces where the conversations are taking place and that it all does need to be integrated. You do have it in here at certain aspects, but I want to make sure that it's a very strong indicator as you go through it. Council, any other questions on goal 3? And Councilmember Sweathelm, you had a question on goal 4.
Yes, on goal 4, it's interesting just reading that. It looks like the county is doing reducing homelessness 10% each year by itself. Where does the continuum of care fit into this? Because I know previous leadership council, we were trying to make it a one body that would be responsible for ending homelessness in the county, all of Sonoma County, just not the unincorporated. Reading these specific first 3 objectives, it seems like the county is doing it on its own. Can you elaborate a little bit more, or how does the COC interact with these first 3 objectives?
I would say that if the language isn't clear that there's a connection with the continuum of care, then that's something we can bring back to our steering committee to kind of refine and flesh out a little bit more. I don't have a specific answer unless Crystal does.
Yeah, I see the point. It does seem like that maybe, but clearly in objective 2, we're partnering. I don't have a specific answer on the connection to the continuum of care, but I do anticipate that partnership, along with other partnerships on sort of services around homelessness, will be addressed. In fact, we're having a consultant looking at those services across our multiple agencies right now.
Right, so objective 2 gets the cities, but on continuum of care, we also have persons with lived experience and service providers, the subject matter experts on this very topic. So it just seems like what's missing is that continuum of care, which is the HUD recognized agency for ending homelessness in the Sonoma County, and they get funding. And I think many of our efforts have trying to been to align the strategies throughout the county and the cities, so all the funding's going on towards the same efforts. And then I was interested, where did the year 2024 come up for the strategic plan for homeless? It seems rather long.
I believe that the steering committee members who drafted this plan just felt like, given everything else that's happening with the county in terms of COVID response and stuff like that, that this was an achievable timeline. If not, they could potentially achieve sooner, but they didn't want to overstate.
So my recommendation would be, and again, this is playing with continuum of care. I think it'll be by 2021. We need to get a strategic plan if we're hoping to achieve those results. It's a priority for, I think, Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you. Great feedback.
And my question's aligned pretty strongly with Councilmember Sweathelm's. My expectation would be that the continuum of care, which is already viewed as the partnership between the cities, the counties, and as Tom mentioned, other partners impacted by homelessness, that they'd be the ones who would be conducting the peer review of successful models and really coordinating efforts whether it was the development of a strategic plan or creating of housing resource tools for folks. So just is feedback to take back. Again, there are regional efforts that are already underway, and I would not want the strategic plan from the county specifically to undermine those partnerships or those efforts that are ongoing. Council, any other questions on goal 4? Okay, we'll go on to goal 5. Are there any questions on goal 5? All right, I am not seeing any additional questions from council members.
Okay, so we can move on to organizational excellence. So next slide, please. So we'll do it the same way. I will read through just the goals and we'll go through the feedback one by one. So organizational excellence, being innovative, effective, engaged, and a transparent organization focused on quality programs and services. Goal 1, strengthen operational effectiveness, fiscal reliability, and accountability. Goal 2, increase information sharing and transparency and improve county and community engagement. Goal 3, become an employer of choice with a diverse workforce that reflects our community and an employer with a positive work culture that results in engaged and developed employees. And finally, goal 4, seek out grant funding to enhance programs and improve infrastructure.
Okay. Council, are there any questions on goal 1? Seeing none, are there any questions on goal 2? I just have a quick plug here. This council just recently passed our Sunshine Ordinance, which better outlines how we will interact with the public and to what extent the public will have early notice to be able to know what's coming up on our agenda. I will put in a quick plug that the county look at that and adopt some of those best practices so that way, whether it's council members or whether it's folks in the public, we have more advanced notice about what is coming to the county's agenda so that we can better partner rather than just the 72 hours that is current practice.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to goal 3. Any questions from council? Any comments? All right, and finally, anyone for goal 4? Okay, let's keep going.
So the next pillar is racial equity and social justice. Achieve racial equity in county service provision and ensure a workforce reflective of the communities that we serve. Goal 1, foster an organizational culture that supports the commitment to achieving racial equity. Goal 2, implement strategies to make the county workforce reflect county demographic across all levels. Goal 3, ensure racial equity throughout all county policy decisions and service delivery. Goal 4, engage key community and internal stakeholders to develop priorities and advance racial equity.
Okay, council, any questions on goals 1? Actually, let's go ahead and just take any of these 4 goals, goals 1, 2, 3, or 4. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Next slide, please. So climate action and resiliency, make Sonoma County carbon neutral by 2030. Goal 1, invest in the community to enhance disaster resiliency and become carbon neutral by 2030. Goal 2, make all county facilities carbon-free, zero waste, and resilient. Goal 3, maximize sustainability and emission reductions in all county fleet vehicles. And goal 4, maximize carbon sequestration through land conservation work and land use policies.
Okay, council, are there any questions or comments on this section? Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if it was in this area or the next one, but it seemed what was missing from the 5-year goal or strategic plan is more about the fire resiliency. So I know objective 1 mentions it, and I know there's one mentioning floods in the next strategic objective. That just seems like lacking, because one of the things that we've had here in Santa Rosa is wildfire protection plan. We're having some discussions about how to fund that. And what's been interesting for the city of Santa Rosa, the fires that have greatly impacted us, none of them started within here. In other words, we need to work with our county partners. And I just didn't see that specifically called out anywhere, especially given our last 3 years. I thought something should be there specifically about fire resiliency. Again, I don't have more specifics other than that overall topic. What are the plans to address that over the next 5 years?
And that's helpful feedback for us, because the draft plan that we had brought during our employee and community engagement, it had less fire resiliency, and we had made an effort in this revised materials to include it more. But it's good to know that it's still not coming through strong enough. So we can definitely take another look.
Okay, and I just had a question under goal 1. I think it would go under goal 1. There seems to just be a lack of acknowledgement of new science and new technology. 5 years is a long time, particularly within the climate space. And in fact, yesterday at the Regional Climate Protection Authority, we sort of updated our goals to be more and better informed and aligned with current and existing and future science that's coming in. It might be worth touching on that in this section or throughout this section to make sure that the strategic plan isn't too rigid to be able to seek investments in areas that might be more beneficial.
That's great feedback.
Anything else from council? Okay, let's keep moving.
So our final pillar is resilient infrastructure. Enhance all hazard resiliency for the community by investing in county roads, buildings and property, communications, and flood protection. So goal 1, invest in county buildings and technology solutions to enhance service delivery and improve employee mobility. Goal 2, invest in capital systems to ensure continuity of operations and disaster response. Goal 3, continue to invest in critical road infrastructure. Goal 4, implement countywide technological solutions to promote resiliency and expand community access. And finally, goal 5, support, fund, and expand flood protection.
Anything from council? I didn't know if I should make this comment in the last section or in this section, but one of the things that is noticeably lacking in the strategic plan is investments in multimodal, whether it's bike, pedestrian infrastructure, as well as non-single occupancy vehicle planning that both meets the resilient infrastructure need as well as the climate action need. And it should, to my perspective, it should be reflected somewhere in the plan of those levels of investment, not just, excuse me, there is one section in objective 3, but some of these other sections, I think should call out specifically creating a walkable, bikeable infrastructure plan for your employees as well as the broader county.
Okay, thank you for that.
Anything else from council? Okay, I do see Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. What I do is I have just a final question. You know, I want to commend all those who worked on this rather grand plan. There's a lot of work involved in this and a lot of issues that are touched on. I'm curious about the review of the goals and objectives and how often it will come before the county board to not only look at where there have been successes and objectives that can actually be eliminated because they've been achieved, or even goals that have been satisfactorily achieved. How often will the board be reviewing this strategic plan and identifying areas that need attention or successes that have been achieved?
Crystal, do you want to respond to that?
That's a great question, because of course, what you see here in the goals and objectives doesn't speak to, you know, even budgeting and implementation, but Catherine has prepared a draft plan that will go to the board on the 26th. And that does include some discussion as to what does the tracking of it look like, how frequently, in the same way we have updated on any other plan we've done that. But I imagine minimally annually, but also probably at least twice a year. And in addition to that, Catherine has been working on a dashboard. Catherine, you might want to speak to how some of the specific goals and objectives will be tracked and shared.
Yeah, so right now we're working with our Information Services Department to develop an online dashboard that will be up on the county's website. So it will be publicly available, where we're going to be tracking progress made towards each of these goals and objectives. So we're going to be tracking both just, has the policy been created, yes or no, but then also tracking some expenditure information, how many dollars have been spent or how many grant funds have been awarded, that sort of thing. So that is going to be updated, if not quarterly, at least twice a year with the current information. So that will be an ongoing public reporting on the status of the plan. And yeah, Crystal mentioned it too. I mean, we can do our best to kind of identify, what we think will be the highest priorities now, but things will come up. And so we're not necessarily intending for this plan to remain static. And we will, work with the steering committee and with our board to make updates as needed.
I appreciate that. And one thing that unless I missed it, one thing that I did not see was prioritization. Are all of these pieces to the plan and all of the goals and all of the objectives, are they all a number one priority, or have you gone through the very painful exercise of prioritization?
So they are all priorities in the eyes of the steering committee and the county and the community. But we did, in our engagement process, we did ask both employees and the community what they thought the county should prioritize in terms of which objectives should be accomplished first. We recognize this is a 5-year plan, so it's going to be certain things will be pushed forward over others, but with the goal of everything being completed by the end of 2026. So to your question, we have some data on what our employees and public think, but our steering committee and our board have not gone through the process of saying, okay, this needs to happen in the first year, that has not happened yet.
Yeah. That is probably the most painful piece of any kind of strategic plan, is that exercise of prioritizing, and 5 years is a flash. That's one of the things I've learned is 5 years can go by very, very quickly, and all of a sudden you're there and you take a look at a strategic plan and realized, whoops, a number of things have fallen through the cracks, because this is very, it's quite lengthy. And I wish you all the best in getting through that prioritization exercise, because it will help guide the decisions of the electeds, all of the board, and it will also, I think it would also help bring the cities to the table when they see a priority that they can all agree with, and they can help through communication and through communication, better your odds of success in all of these, in all of the elements of your plan. So it's a lot of work. Congratulations and good luck on the implementation.
Any other comments from council? Okay.
So we'll just move to the last slide.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sweathelm.
I tried both electronic and went old school too. First of all, Catherine and Crystal, thank you so much for coming and sharing this information with us. I think this is a huge step that, 10 years ago, they never would have thought county employees would be updating, the city of Santa Rosa and other cities with what your plans are. Because I think it'll be very helpful for us as we go into our goal setting plans. If we can align some of our priorities with, I heard what you just said, with your priorities, I think the odds of success are so much greater. The one question I did have, you had mentioned at the very beginning that if we want to send comments directly, we could do that by January 26th. Would that include the conversations that we've had and already provided to you? Or if we provided to you today, does that suffice?
So thank you. That's a great question. I have been taking notes on the questions that have been raised during the course of this conversation. And so for you, it would be if you have any additional formal input that you'd want to submit in writing to our board, that they would be, presented during an upcoming board item, then that is what we would be requesting you submit. But if you don't have anything beyond what we talked about today, then no, you're not required to submit anything.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your appearance today. Very helpful.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and just again, on behalf of the county and...
Go ahead, Catherine.
Oh, I was just saying, behalf on, there's a lot of people, behind both Crystal and I that put a lot of work into this plan. So on behalf on all of them, thank you so much for taking the time today to meet with us and hear about the status of the plan and provide your feedback. We really do appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we will, before we let you go to public comment on this item to see if anybody who is watching the meeting has feedback, questions, comments as we move forward. And I do see one hand raised. So we'll call on Jen first. Madam City Clerk, if you could unmute Jen, and Jen, you'll have 3 minutes to address the council. Jen, go ahead and unmute.
Sorry about that. I'm mousing with my left hand today, and it's super challenging, as it turns out. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, members of the council, and County of Sonoma staff. Jen Close, Executive Director of Generation Housing. Thanks so much to the county for your presentation to the council and great work on this draft strategic plan. I have a couple of comments. First, Gen H was somewhat surprised not to see housing called out specifically as one of the priority pillars, since it's been a priority and high level need for several years. And often the state of housing in Sonoma County is referred to as a crisis. That said, I think we are all of like minds that production of more and more diverse and more affordable housing falls squarely under each of your pillars. And I'm happy to see it pop up in some of the goals. Second, we love seeing the county and city here together, and we want to encourage you to continue being as bold and collaborative in your efforts to solve our housing crisis as you were when you created the Renewal Enterprise District. The city has an opportunity to be bold and collaborative by matching the county's generous commitment of $10 million to the Red Housing Fund, and we urge the city to do so. While I've got you here, we have got to solve the developer math problem to get housing built in downtown Santa Rosa, and the Red Fund can be that solution. And the city and the county have an opportunity to do something really special, really exciting, and working together to create a true civic center in downtown Santa Rosa by relocating the county complex to downtown. And we're happy to see the supervisors give direction to staff to start looking into the possibilities there. And then, of course, rebuilding City Hall, as this council has discussed, and maybe even including Santa Rosa City Schools in that. This would create 3 great sites for housing development and one place where our community members can access their federal, state, county, city, maybe even school government in one place, giving unprecedented access to services here in Sonoma County. And access means equity. Thank you, everybody, for your service, and we look forward to partnering with you on solving our housing challenges.
Okay, thank you, Jen. I'm seeing no other hands raised from the public. Madam City Clerk, did we have any pre-recorded public comments?
Yes, we did. One moment.
Study session, item 3.1, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Regarding the county's strategic plan, the city should be working to implement a comprehensive collaboration with the county, specifically on the healthy and safe communities and the racial equity and social justice approaches. Environmental justice is a part of the racial equity and social justice concerns, with the City of Santa Rosa preparing to do a new general plan, which has already been an exclusive effort, practicing virtual exclusion and leaving many of the lower income disadvantaged residents of the city out of the process. There should be an effort for both the city and the county to work together to hold some actual meetings in which there could be social distancing in the bigger city and county venues. This would be possible. It's been done at state levels where the state legislatures are meeting and continuing. The city could do this also. It's vitally important action. Many people, they feel that the city is ignoring them and leaving them out of the process, and that's leading to some social unrest. Hopefully, the city will become more inclusive and work to have that open government, that equity that also entails transparency and openness. That'd be a wonderful thing to actually have happen. We talk about it all the time, but it rarely occurs. Thank you. Good New Year to you.
Mayor,
Okay.
that concluded the voice message public comments, and we received no additional email or e-public comment on this item.
Okay, great. I will bring it back then for any last thoughts from the council. All right, seeing none, I just want to thank you both for being here. And as was mentioned, just really appreciate the county, including the city, in these conversations and really having that conversation about how we can continue to work together, since all of these are regional issues and regional priorities. And there's a lot of overlap between what we're working on and what the county supervisors are working on. So if you could just take back from us our gratitude and a promise to continue to work, and we'll keep going at it.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members.
All right, Mr. McGlynn, let's go on to item 3.2.
Item 3.2, review of temporary sick leave requirements and options for certain employers. Rosa de la Rosa, Deputy Director, Economic Development, presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As the city manager said, I'm here to introduce the study session issues related to the city's recently expired COVID-related temporary paid sick leave urgency ordinance. Next slide, please. To bring you up to speed, I'll start with a reminder of what the federal act was that inspired Santa Rosa's ordinance, and that was the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or FFCRA, that was passed on April 1st of last year. And that also included the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, or EPSLA. What this federal act did was require employers with up to 500 employees to provide paid sick leave for their staff, so long as the leave fell under any of the 5 outlined categories you see here on this slide. And those are that the employee was subject to a government mandated quarantine or isolation order, had been advised to self-quarantine by a healthcare provider, was experiencing COVID-19 symptoms and is seeking medical diagnosis, was caring for an individual subject to an order described in reasons 1 or 2 above, or was caring for a child whose school or place of care is closed due to COVID-19. Next slide, please. This benefit added up to 80 hours of paid leave for full-time employees, prorated for part-time employees, and it was available immediately upon hire and could be used before other paid leave if the reason for use was applicable. Employees were paid at their regular rate of pay, though EPSLA capped payment at $511 per day, or $5,110 total for caring for oneself, and at 2/3 of an employee's regular rate of pay, regular rate of pay up to $200 per day if the employee was caring for someone else or for childcare reasons. The Act allows employers to receive a tax credit for this expense, but only up to the specified caps. And because we received a number of comments about the rate of compensation after the Santa Rosa ordinance was passed, I just want to take a moment on this because to be clear, the vast majority of businesses in Santa Rosa and the county as a whole are employers with less than 500 employees. And so most of the county's businesses were subject to the Federal Act and the federally set payment caps prior to Santa Rosa's ordinance. The cap only means that, for example, anyone earning more than $64 an hour or more than $5,110 over the course of 80 hours would be capped at the stated amounts. So for example, an employee working 40 hours a week at $15 an hour, which was last year's minimum wage rate, if they took the full 80 hours of paid leave, they would receive a total compensation of about $1,200, which is, of course, well under the cap for caring for oneself. And then that same minimum wage employee, if they took the leave to care for someone else for childcare reasons, they would receive only 2/3 of their rate of pay, or about $800, which again, for that piece of it was well below the federal maximum cap. Next slide, please. To address a gap in coverage, and in part in response to a push from labor and the model ordinance they submitted to the city, in July, Council adopted its own urgency ordinance. So like EPSLA, the Santa Rosa ordinance expired on December 31st. In short, what it did was expand the federal criterion requirements to include businesses with 500 or more employees. It also covered employers of healthcare providers and emergency responders that were formerly only optional under the Federal Act. Also, it applied only the higher compensation rate cap for both caring for oneself and for someone else. So it eliminated the 2/3 federal cap. This higher cap applied only not just to the newly covered businesses, but also upon adoption, it applied to those already covered under EPSLA. The ordinance allowed for an offset. So if an employer already offered COVID-related leave, they could apply that to this new requirement. And here I'll point out a couple of the frequently asked questions we got once the ordinance was passed, just because we did get asked these questions a lot. So the first one was more of a consternation related to the increased compensation cap for caring for someone else, and that the tax credit was only allowable up to the federally mandated caps, meaning that an employer did not get credit for the difference in cost for an employee taking a leave to care for someone other than themselves, which otherwise would have been capped at 2/3 their rate of pay. The other most common question was about who qualified. For example, the ordinance only applied to businesses operating within Santa Rosa city limits. So if your business is physically located outside of the city, but you have staff who work within Santa Rosa at least 2 hours per week, then the hours those employees work in Santa Rosa would be subject to the ordinance pro rata. Similarly, another question we got was if you have multiple business locations, both within and outside of Santa Rosa city limits, the ordinance would apply only to those employees working at the Santa Rosa business location. Next slide. So as I noted in the staff report, I don't have any data on the use of the program by employees, the impact of the program on businesses, or employer compliance. And this is true both for the Santa Rosa ordinance as well as for the Federal Act. However, I did compile some information that I hope will be helpful to you in your considerations. Firstly, to get a sense of where the greatest impact of COVID, cases of COVID are in Santa Rosa, per the county dashboard, the zip codes with the highest number of cases are in the west and southwest parts of town, which include council districts 1, 5, 6, and 7. I mean, obviously they're all over Santa Rosa, but the highest per the dashboard are in these areas. While I didn't dig into where residents in these areas work or commute to, out of curiosity, I did a very quick and dirty analysis on the businesses within these districts and found, using Esri's data allocation method, there are almost 5,000 businesses employing around 42,000 people in those council districts. So by far, the bulk of the businesses in these areas mirror the county's dashboard on cases by employment sector. So the services and sales sector rank the highest in the county with the number of cases, and those are mostly predominantly what we saw in those council districts. Another source I looked at was the December jobs report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, as well as summary reports stemming from that BLS report. The report indicated that with the resurgence of COVID cases, the labor market recovery, which was already slowing down, has actually gone into reverse. Of course, not all parts of the economy or all jobs have been affected, but basically the pandemic has undone any advances on economic equalities that were gaining prior to COVID, which is a really long way of saying economic disparities in the nation have widened. This matters because, as the Department of Labor recognizes, when lawmakers left out the guaranteed paid leave in the latest stimulus act, the impact will most significantly be felt by low-income workers. Although the latest act extends the tax credit through March of this year, paid leave is a voluntary option for employers, and it's assumed most public-facing industries like food service or retail will not continue to provide it. One of the things we heard from businesses last June leading up to the passage of the Santa Rosa ordinance was the presumed burden on employers. Specifically, the question they posed was whether it was better to keep people employed or to put businesses in the position to lay off workers. And while this question has been asked again in reaction to the study session, I want to reiterate, we have no data on the effect of the ordinance on businesses, nor have I heard even anecdotally if any employers laid off workers rather than provide leave. I can speak to the jobs report, however, which noted that more and more people who lost their jobs because of the pandemic are not getting rehired. Despite early hopes that employers would be able to rehire as the economy recovered, which they initially did, this trend has stalled and has started to reverse. Long-term unemployment is rising, making it more difficult for those who have been unemployed for over 6 months to get a job over time. But as I mentioned earlier, not all job sectors are equally hard hit. Leisure and hospitality, which is of course big in our area, which includes jobs in restaurants, bars, hotels, the arts. This sector has been hardest hit, with 1 in 4 jobs lost that are assumed to be gone forever. But on the other hand, manufacturing and construction have recovered almost all the jobs they lost early in the pandemic and show signs of continued growth. Next slide. So again, the question before you really stems from the fact that the federal laws under the FFCRA expired at the end of 2020. When that expired, so did the laws that were created to expand coverage, including the state supplemental paid sick leave, as well as, of course, our own ordinance. Next slide. What remains in effect are seen here on this slide. At the federal level, lawmakers passed a new relief package that, again, failed to extend the guaranteed paid sick leave, but did continue to provide the tax credits through March 31st of this year to employers who voluntarily choose to offer the leave, though, again, they're no longer required to do so. And at the state level, the standard leave laws that were available to certain employees pre-COVID still exist, so I put them on here, but the only new law comes from the Cal OSHA emergency regulations that keep employees in paid status if they got COVID or were exposed to COVID through work. There is no time cap pertaining to these requirements, but I should point out that there are certain exemptions or exceptions to the regulations that include hospital and healthcare services. Next slide. Okay, so basically you have three options before you. Do you want to let the expiration of ORD-2020-006 stand? Do you want to readopt the ordinance as is, but simply select a new expiration date or expiration criteria? Or do you want to readopt and expand the ordinance to include those employers not covered under the Santa Rosa ordinance? Readopting the ordinance only continues our local provisions, which apply to what you see here on this slide. It's employers with 500 or more employees, employers of healthcare providers and emergency responders, regardless of size. It applies the higher cap of $510 per day per employee. It continues to allow an offset for leave already provided and continues to be enforced only if an employee brings an action to the Superior Court. Next slide. Should you choose to readopt and expand the ordinance, we've laid out some considerations for you on this slide, which beyond needing a new expiration date, the questions are really about who to include and how. So that is, do you want to include the EPSLA covered businesses with less than 500 employees? And should businesses with less than 50 employees continue to have the hardship exemption? Do you want to continue to include healthcare providers and emergency responders? Also, the City of Santa Rosa was included in the Federal Act, so our local ordinance does not apply to our own organization. Would you like it to? Do you want to continue the offset, or is your intention to provide a new bank of leave for employees, and at what pay cap? I put item 8 on here only as a reminder that should you decide to readopt or expand the ordinance, the federal tax credit only applies to the EPSLA covered businesses and is only available again until March 31st of this year. Next slide. If you do move forward to readopt, and if you want to do so using an urgency ordinance, it does require 5 votes to pass and would take effect immediately. Next slide. Well, those of you who were on council when we passed this may recall that we were not the only city or county that adopted an ordinance to expand the coverage of EPSLA. Some examples of what other jurisdictions have done include our own county of Sonoma. So the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors last week directed staff to bring an urgency ordinance back to the board on January 26th for readoption without expansion. So the county's ordinance, like ours, covered employers of healthcare providers and emergency responders and required employers to pay the higher cap. Also last week, the city of San Jose extended and expanded its ordinance to include all employers, though they did not provide for a new leave bank, and their ordinance has the lower benefits cap. San Mateo County, the city of Sacramento, and San Francisco all extended their sick leave ordinances, though none of these agencies actually expanded the scope of their ordinances to include employers with less than 500 employees. And also they did not provide for additional hours. And then I believe that LA County and the city of Oakland will be meeting next month, I think, to discuss their ordinances. Next, before we go on, I want to point out here that at the federal level, President-elect Biden has pointed to paid sick leave as a critical tool for stopping the spread of the virus. Democratic leaders who, of course, now have control of both the House and Senate have called for passing another economic relief package this year that could possibly reinstate the paid sick leave benefits with the support, of course, of the president. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, there wasn't adequate time for me to do effective outreach or to gather input from the business sector. I did send a detailed email alert to the business organizations that are listed on this slide, outlining the considerations that council would discuss and encouraging them to participate in the meeting. Labor did reach out to council members, including at least one member of the Economic Recovery Task Force, so we have a good understanding of their interest in seeing the ordinance expanded or extended, if not expanded. Next slide. Before I read the recommendation, I should note that this item was discussed at length in the Economic Recovery Task Force. However, the task force does not have a recommendation for the full council. And so it is recommended that the council consider whether to readopt and or expand ordinance ORD-2020-006 with which added chapter 10-47 to the Santa Rosa City Code to establish temporary sick leave requirements related to COVID-19 for certain private employers and had a sunset date of December 31, 2020. And that does conclude my presentation, but I will say we have Chief Assistant City Attorney Jeff Burke and other staff members on the line to help answer questions.
All right, thank you so much, Raisa. I really appreciate the thorough presentation and walking us through that. Before I jump to other council members for comments or questions, I did want to know, in your discussions with folks and in discussions that took place in other cities, was there any leeway or conversation regarding vaccinations? And to me, when I look at where we're at now versus where we were in July, that's the biggest wild card or the biggest change that I see, is that you do have this rollout of vaccinations. And in particular, I guess my question is, did anybody give consideration for whether or not an employee who was eligible and able to get a vaccination chose not to and then became sick on the back end of it?
Well, I'd asked the host to allow Jeff Burke into the conversation. He's had more of the conversations with the other cities, but that question did not come up in any of my conversations with businesses locally and did not come up when Jeff and I were talking about it. Jeff, would you like to answer that?
Sure. Good afternoon, all. Jeff Burke with the City Attorney's Office. So I've had several conversations with my counterparts and other city attorney and county council offices. I listened to the San Jose adoption last week and the county's direction that was given last week. I've never heard this issue discussed.
Okay, thank you. It is something that I don't know how we would discuss it, but I think that it does, given where we're at, needs to be at least attempted to discuss at some point.
We would not be prepared. I mean, we are still getting our hands around the vaccination protocols. They are changing almost daily. I'm going to be giving a little bit of an update ahead of that. I'm unsure how we would get in that conversation. We really need to talk to the county because the allocation of vaccines is coming to the county. So that's a much deeper dive than we'd be prepared to get into this evening, council member, but not an unexpected question, because it does tie into how do we get back into recovery. But those criteria are changing, and the process is changing almost on a daily basis around vaccines.
Yeah, and I do recognize that there are also HIPAA issues that businesses would run into, but it also strikes me as potentially unfair to an employer if there is this opportunity for their employee to have a safer experience and they choose not to, and then they still bear the brunt or the cost of it further down the road. So that is something of interest for me. Raisa, I also recognize that the other difference between July and where we sit now is with our healthcare professionals where our regional ICU capacity is at 0.7% rather than significantly higher in July. Did you receive any feedback from any of our healthcare providers about any type of impact that this ordinance had on them or would have on them going forward?
Not in this round. Again, this came, we just didn't have adequate time to do outreach and to receive input from businesses. But I imagine that their opposition to the initial ordinance would stand. That is what most commonly I was told, particularly from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber, that they recognize the need for paid sick leave, but they were opposed to this process and this method.
Okay, and then for the reimbursement that is now in the existing, is it a one-to-one dollar match?
Only for those who were covered originally under the federal act, and only up to those cap amounts. So again, with the 1/3 addition that we added to the caring for someone else or caring for a child, that is not only does it have the lower cap, it also doesn't address the gap that we addressed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so essentially under the federal, if somebody is in compliance with the federal, our ordinance out of the way, they would be covered dollar for dollar for the coverage that they are required to provide to their employee.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, up to the caps.
Yeah, up to the cap. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor, are there any other questions on this item? Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rosa, I just had a question. Obviously, I'm struggling with the lack of data. Did we contact any of the contact tracers? Because I would think that might be a source of information. But again, as the mayor mentioned, I don't know if they're prevented from giving us information, but I would just think that might be a data source that if they are backtracking someone who's had the positive experience, did this have an impact one way or the other? Is that a potential means or a vehicle for?
I can certainly look into that.
We can look into that, but we have run into some real challenges in beyond general categorization of sectors, and the data becomes really thin. And that's just on the testing side. Council member, we're happy to look at it, but there is some real data gaps here.
I would just offer, because I've heard several presentations from Dr. Mason about the challenges of this, but at least mentioning to the contact tracers, this is what we're trying to evaluate. Could you maybe just see, because they may not even be looking at it from this perspective. It just might be helpful because the counties, we're all dealing with the same thing. And if they are there with people who have been exposed or have to make those decisions that we're trying to assist here, it might just be helpful to let them know of our interest in this data.
I will do. I also tried to find national data. I think partly it expired December 31st, so there has not been a lot of time to really pursue that element of, or to dig into the analysis. It is not. I could not find it even on the national level to share with you.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Raisa. Good report. There's a lot of information here. It can be rather confusing. It was one of I got a communication from one of the larger nonprofits here in town, and one of their concerns was the complicated nature of this, of all the language inside of these various proposals, and that it can be a bit confusing. On slide 8, number 4, the employer offset, this is under the readoption analysis. Employer offset allowed for COVID-related leave already given. Am I reading that to say that that under that situation, the 80 hours would not be reloaded, but that they would, whatever is still left in their bank would continue?
So slide 8 is specifically if you readopt without making any changes. And so our currently, yes, our ordinance allows for that offset, and so we wouldn't be making changes, and that would be true. Should, say, for example, on slide 9, you choose to expand the ordinance to include the employers with less than 500, you do have the opportunity also to decide if you want to reset the bank or all those other elements. But if you only extended it, that is true. It would simply be a new expiration date.
Okay, and then just to respond to that, one of the in my conversation with this nonprofit, they understood the need for the program, but it was understanding that they were very clear that it was a financial burden on them, but would be supportive of the program if they didn't reload. We really don't have all the information necessary about the impact of business, and one of my concerns has always been, if the hardships become so great that people start getting either laid off or their business goes out of business, then they don't have they don't have employment, they don't have any payroll. So they were pretty clear on their support for the program, but would like a little relief in the reload. So it's just something that I'm considering. So thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, let's go to public comment then on this item. If you are joining us and like to speak, you can hit the raise hand feature on Zoom in your bottom right, or if you're on your phone, dial *9 to get in the queue. Madam City Clerk, first I see Jack. If you could unmute Jack. And Jack will have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rogers, esteemed council members and city staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn, Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. And I'm here to ask that you revise and extend the existing emergency paid sick leave ordinance to include all employers, especially those with less than 500 employees. As was mentioned, that represents a majority of the employees in Santa Rosa, employers who have less than 500, and they are the ones that are in the most need. When it comes to data, the data is clear. We're in a surge of the pandemic right now with thousands of active COVID cases in the city of Santa Rosa right now and hundreds of new cases each day. Those workers are in need of any relief possible. So we need to extend this emergency paid sick leave ordinance and make it retroactive to January 1st. I'm fine with giving the relief that was asked by the nonprofit to not refill the hour bank and maintain the offset. That would be, I think, appropriate. But we really should cover all employers. We should make it retroactive. They should take advantage of the tax credit, and we should do what we can to help workers who are struggling mightily right now. And there's another data set that we're aware of. The PPP provisions have also been, that bank account has been filled up again, and there'll be another round of help for employers of all sizes. So thank you for your time this afternoon. And again, I would ask that you extend, revise, and expand to include all employers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Next, we have Ananda, followed by Marty.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, members of the council. My name is Ananda Sweet. I'm with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. First, I can't emphasize enough that we completely agree that employees should not be put in a position where they have no option but to go to work while sick. If the city finds existing employer coverage and ongoing state law and coverage is resulting in gaps so that people are left with no option but to go to work while sick and requires a local solution, we would really like the opportunity to be a part of that solution, to engage employers and to be part of the process. It's important to ensure that any policy solution that comes from this process is meeting the intended purpose while avoiding unintended negative consequences. We particularly urge you not to add costs and requirements to employers that go beyond preventing employees from working while sick. About 87% of Sonoma County's businesses are small family-owned employers who have been particularly negatively impacted by COVID-19, and they're struggling to remain open. Additional social safety net programs that are needed as a result of COVID-19 health crisis, such as paid leave for parents due to school closures, really need to come with an identified public funding source. Putting this financial burden on the shoulders of employers now, while businesses are closing or struggling to remain open and maintain local jobs, will only magnify the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and slow rather than aid our recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananda. Next up, we have Marty.
Hi, my name is Marty Bennett. I'm with the union Unite Here, Local 2850. And our union is also affiliated with the North Bay Labor Council. I'm here to urge that you renew and amend the emergency paid sick leave. It is absolutely essential and critical to combating this virus. And particularly when we look at hotspots in the county, such as nursing homes or other industries, such as home care and farm labor, it is critical that these workers have access to emergency paid sick leave. I also want to emphasize that emergency paid sick leave is a racial equity issue. Apart from 2-week emergency paid sick at the local level or the 3 days that are provided by the state, workers who have access to paid sick leave those that have the most access tend to be predominantly Anglo and higher pay. Those that have less access to paid sick leave tend to be lower paid and Latino workers. And I want to reiterate what Jack said, that the amendments we would like is to cover below 500, which was not covered in the original Santa Rosa ordinance. And there is a federal tax credit to offset any employer who provides 2-week emergency paid sick. We believe those employers above 500, as with the first ordinance, have the means to provide 2-week paid sick leave if their employees contract the disease. We think as with the city of San Jose, the ordinance should be retroactive until January 1st of this year. It should cover employees below, it should cover employers with less than 500 employees. And the city of San Jose, their ordinance expires June 30th, 2021. And that would be up to your discretion as to when you want it to expire. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to give live public comment? Okay, not seeing any. Do we have any voicemail?
Mayor, we did not receive any voice message public comments, nor did we receive email or e-comment public comments for these items.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and bring this back to the City Council then. Councilmember Tibbetts, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Raisa, can you tell me what the financial delta is between the high cap and the low cap?
Yeah, it's the low cap is $200 a day or $2,000 a week, and the high cap is $510 a day or $5,110. I think I did that right. Over 80 hours. Yeah, so it's 200 to 510.
Sorry, so it's 5,000. I'm trying to figure out what's 5,000 minus the 2,000 number, what that delta is.
Well, okay, so the daily cap, it's a difference of $310. And then the 80-hour cap is a difference of $3,110.
Okay, 3,110. Okay, thank you. Mayor, do you want us to roll into comments or wait?
Yeah, go ahead and kick us off.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, before you do, Councilmember, just Raisa, if you could reiterate for all of us what direction you were looking for, and in particular, if there are touchstones that you would like us each to hit on in giving direction.
Okay, so you really again have three choices. So the choice is let the expiration stand, readopt, just extending the timeline, or readopt and expand the ordinance. So slide 9 has, if you choose to readopt and expand, slide 9 has all the considerations for inclusion on that option. So 1, do you want to let it lie? 2, do you want to simply extend? 3, do you want to expand? And if you expand, then these are, slide 9 shows the issues to consider.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts, and if you don't mind, yeah, Councilmember Tibbetts, go ahead.
Okay, and Raisa, to be clear, if we expand, we're actually just continuing what we have, right? Because we're covering the employers under 50 prior to January.
I'm sorry, did you say extend or expand?
If we expand.
If you expand, then you have the option to cover employers with less than 500 employees. You also have the option to continue or discontinue the pay cap. There is the question about allowing the hardship exemption for businesses with less than 50 employees. Again, I don't know how many people took that, but those are the opportunities that are presented to you.
What I'm driving at, and I'm sorry for adding to the confusion, is expansion in our case actually means status quo, what we've had over the past. That's how I'm reading
well,
it.
Expansion means what status quo is yes. Expansion means it's our ordinance plus what EPSLA provided, and anything in between that went beyond our local ordinance.
So with that understanding, I just want to, communicate that I'm supportive of continuing that, and the reason being is there's two things going on. I think one is that we haven't hit the full effects of the virus yet, or we're just now starting to in terms of cases. So it's going to be an important tool to have in the community. I'm also suspicious, though, that the fact that we don't have a lot of data is not because there's a lot of people that didn't get sick over the past 6 months, but because there is a lack of a knowledge and understanding throughout the community that this is available to them. I can't think of any other reason why somebody wouldn't step forward to claim up to $5,000 in paid sick leave. With that said, I had some thoughts. I heard Marty say, continue through June 30th, 2021. I think that's a pretty fair time. I think hopefully most of our citizenry will be vaccinated by then, or at least a significant portion. I am interested in including the city. One criticism that we fairly received is that we are, asking all these businesses to do it, but we're not honoring that hardship ourselves and making ourselves vulnerable to that hardship, and I think we ought to. The other thing is I like the idea of, maintaining the offset, do not reset the hours bank, that concept that John brought up. I think that is important. Retroactivity to January 1st is important. And I'm going to say something that's probably controversial, but I think it sends a very important message. And that is that I think that the city should allow businesses to file with us for reimbursement for the delta in the cap. So that's that $3,110 up to $1 million, which we can set aside through PG&E funds. The reason that I bring this up, and I hope that it can be supported, is because the way I look at the coronavirus pandemic is, first, I feel like our job is to save lives. Second, I believe our jobs are to make sure that people's homes are maintained. Third, I feel as though it is our jobs to make sure that their livelihoods and therefore the businesses at which they work remain open when the pandemic is over. And I know that's a narrative I've been harking for the past almost year now, but this would be an important show of solidarity with the businesses that we do understand their financial pain. We do understand that everything helps. So I'll throw that idea out there to my colleagues. And I think the other thing it will do is if we start getting reimbursement requests, we now will have data. We will now start to understand directly what the need is.
Mr. Mayor, may I add a comment here?
Absolutely.
Just to be clear on the tax credit item, I understand the Delta piece of it. Does your intention include the, if you go to June 30th, the difference between March 31st and June 30th, there is no tax credit. Would it include offering the tax credit for that time period? And then, question. And then the other piece of it is, I just want to speak to one thing on the data. There is no requirement for businesses to report, and there's not a means for them to report how many people are taking the leave. So I understand the desire for that. We don't have the Superior Court actions, and we don't have a means by which to, at this point, require reporting on use or compliance. So I just like to put that out. And then lastly, just because Councilmember Tibbetts brought it up, retroactive to January 1st, we do have some legal concerns about that, and City Attorney Burke might want to address those before we go too far down.
Thank you. So retroactivity is something that is generally disfavored in the law. And I will say that San Jose did apply their ordinance retroactive. They met on January 5th, and they had it at those 4 or 5 days. They made it retroactive. The earliest we would be able to adopt the ordinance is the 26th, and I think that that is a pretty significant gap in time. And in addition to the law disfavors retroactivity, I think that time frame is somewhat significant. I'll let Raisa or others perhaps speak to the issue of the practicality of what you do with a big gap like that in terms of how employers would deal with it if it is made retroactive. But I do have the legal concerns.
Well, and even if employers didn't comply, the employee would have to go to court to, which is an expense of their own, to get it to apply.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but we're talking about retroactive to January 1st, 2021, or did I miss that? Are we talking about to 2020?
No, January 1st, 2021. That's when the first date on which the ordinance and the federal act no longer existed.
Thank you.
You all done, Councilmember? Okay. Councilmember Fleming?
Thank you so much. So, Councilmember Sawyer and I worked on this one, and, we really struggled over what the right thing to do was, because again, it's been noted, there isn't a lot of data. And, you know, when I speak with business interests and I speak with labor interests, you know, I don't get much more than anecdotes. And so it is really difficult to make a decision. And so I appreciate that it's frustrating for people, and know that, you know, primarily what we're trying to do is protect people's safety and protect the economy. And so we get it imperfect in the execution. I think that that's to be expected in dealing with a pandemic that likes of which we've never seen. So, but to your questions, Ms. De La Rosa, I'm in favor of something that's might be a little bit convoluted for folks who are not really steeped in the weeds of the FFCRA. But for people who don't know out there, the FFCRA, you know, intentionally targeted small businesses and left out large businesses, which benefited tremendously from tax credits under the Trump administration. And what we tried to do, although imperfectly, was to try to balance that out and reduce the disparities for people who work for smaller businesses and for women and people of color. And so to that end, you know, if we were to go forward without any federal backing, one thing that I would ask is that we have this, whatever new ordinance goes forward, sunset if and when the federal government comes in with anything that meets the minimum standards of whatever we set forward. So, so that we wouldn't continue, because likely that would come with some tax credits or some relief for business. So we wouldn't have our ordinance in place, except for the parts that perhaps extend beyond it. And I think at that point, it would be worth reconsidering where we're at. Additionally, barring that event, I would tie the sunset of this to the expiration of the state of emergency, and rather than a certain date, so that we're not back here again unless we need to do something to this. And but as for the details of what I would expand or not expand, first thing is I would not re-up the leave banks, because I do believe that puts a significant burden on businesses. I would, in lieu of that, ask that we consider protection for employees who may need to take unpaid sick leave, that business, barring some, you know, hardship, hold that position so that somebody has a job to return to after taking unpaid sick leave. Because when I talk to people, that's one thing that workers say, is that they are genuinely afraid that they're not going to have a job to return to, even if they can make it financially through that period of taking that time off. So I'd like to see that be in place. And then what I would propose going forward is a little bit of a flip on how things were before, where I would have the skeleton of the FFCRA apply to businesses of 500 or fewer, meaning that that we wouldn't put the extra requirements that we put on businesses when we did our city ordinance on them. And then for businesses of 500 or more, I would apply the additional protections, because I do believe that they disproportionately represent employees who are more vulnerable, and they also can afford it. So do you have any questions? I know that was a little bit convoluted.
I have a question on the last point you just made about how to treat the employers different based on their size. So the two things that come to mind for me are, under the federal law that expired, healthcare providers and emergency responders were optional. Our ordinance that expired required all employers, regardless of size, to cover emergency responders and healthcare providers. Are you saying you want that to still apply to both?
Yeah, so I'm taking out of this conversation the different sectors that, and not out of the conversation, but out of my feedback, the various sectors, and just saying 100% of all employers are subject to this. The main differentiator for me is size. Invariably, what I heard from small businesses is that they were really, upset about the Delta. And I'll wait to hear what other council members think about Mr. Tibbetts' proposal on the Delta for employees, I certainly would be open to that as an idea, but I'm not open to subsidizing, businesses with more than 500 employees.
So are you saying then that for the smaller employers that the smaller cap will apply?
Mm-hmm. I'm floating that out there. We'll see what other people think, but then the larger employers would still have to maintain that.
And if you did that, at least through March 31st, if you extended it to that date, you eliminate the need under Councilmember Tibbetts' proposal to provide a pay gap. Because if you went with a lower cap for the under 500, you wouldn't need it because they would have the full tax credit.
They would have the full tax credit. The larger businesses wouldn't because they were never covered by the FFCRA, and healthcare wouldn't because they were never covered by FFCRA. But
that's true. But I believe that even though healthcare providers and emergency responders are optional, if an employer chooses, or in our case is required to provide it, I think that they would still get the tax credit.
Yeah, I think that in the weeds there, that some healthcare employers would be under 500 and some would be over. Obviously, our large hospital groups would be over, and smaller specialty clinics would be under. But at any rate, my interest is in trying to protect our small businesses and provide some amount of protection for our workers. Was I sufficiently clear on the points that you needed feedback?
Yes, I mean, I think that I'd have to take a moment to go back to understand the difference between the over 500, under 500, and to really pinpoint what those differences are. Having a hard time doing that on the fly. But I would, and then perhaps if we do that, we could take that back to the Economic Development Subcommittee to discuss until, to make sure we get it right. The other thing that you did bring up is the protection for employees. And I believe with the exception of the exempted healthcare related providers, I believe the Cal OSHA regulations allow for that. So Mr. Burke, do you want to speak on the Cal OSHA requirements, specific to the ability to retain your job without a duration if you get a work-related COVID incident?
Sure. So the Cal OSHA regulations that are in effect now and went into effect on November 30th, among many other things, do require all employers, regardless of size in California, if you have tested positive for COVID or you were in close contact with someone who tested positive for COVID, you're required to keep that employee in a paid status. And you're either required to pay them for the time that they're out, or you can require them to use their sick leave, but you are required to hold their position. It does have to be work related. I should also mention that there is an exemption, folks that are covered by an aerosol transmissible policy protection program. It's a fair amount of the healthcare industry because they're subject to much more rigorous standards in terms of health and safety. They've been exempted from that requirement that I just mentioned.
So to that point, I think that it's really important that we provide a greater level of protection for employees. And I'm not, I think that it's kind of a shame that they left out ATD certified workplaces, because that's where we're seeing so many cases arise. So I'm not a huge fan of that. And I would like to hear a proposal that included all workers, not just cherry picking them here and there. So that's the benefit of writing our own ordinance. And then the last thing is, I talked to some workers who would have taken this, but they just simply didn't know it existed. And that's kind of heartbreaking. And so one thing I would like is if we could have a posting requirement that we could produce a simple sheet and employers could print it and put it in a common room with other labor-related guidelines. And then employees and employers could reference that if it's necessary. That is the extent of my comments, unless they need clarifying.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts, did you have a clarifying comment?
I did. Thanks, Mayor, for reading into that. I just wanted to share that when I brought up the concept of covering the delta, this was only germane to employers under 50.
All right, that's a helpful clarification. Thank you. For context, Council, the $1 million with a delta of about $3,000 means that it would cover 333 employees before that fund is maxed out. Councilmember Alvarez?
Could you elaborate on the liabilities of the program being retroactive, please?
Sure. So, and thank you for asking that question, because I did want to add, because I mentioned San Jose did allow it and they only had a 4-day gap. There's no other agency that I'm aware of that is making it retroactive. The county is not. They will be coming back on the 26th to adopt an ordinance, which if we have 5 votes here today that give us direction to go forward, I'm assuming that would be the date we would come back as well. So again, retroactivity is generally disfavored under the law. And the concern is, you know, the passage of more time just makes that argument much more compelling against us in terms of trying to make it retroactive.
Councilmember, any additional questions, or are you ready to make some comments? All right, I'm going to go on then to council members. I'm just going to start calling on people. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to appreciate Councilmember Fleming for her thoughtful description of the challenge that we found ourselves in when we were discussing this issue, because there's a lot of detail, there can be a lot of confusion, and there are all sorts of not only roadblocks but opportunities as well. And we tried to take, you know, in our discussions, to take advantage of those opportunities. My guess is that this may ultimately, there's a potential for this to end up back at the Economic Development Subcommittee, where we might need to hash out a couple of issues. But I'm inclined, until I hear the rest of my council members and until I see the direction, I'm inclined to continue moving forward with our current provisions, except to not reload. I'm wondering about the impact of including employers with less than 500 employees. But Councilmember Fleming's comments about the reality of the workers that work for small businesses that are at the most risk resonates with me. So I continue to be torn at this point until I hear the rest of the council. But what I heard from the nonprofit that I spoke with at length was the issue of reloading, and there seems to be a great deal of confusion about the requirements, and so that same paper or that same information sheet that could end up on employees' bulletin boards. I'm hoping we can come up with a real clear and understandable information sheet for our employers as well, especially if we move to employers with less than 500 employees, because there are a lot of mom and pops, although hardship exemption for employees, but you've got to approve do you not have to approve the exemption, or you approve the need for the exemption, Madam City Attorney? Or is there an automatic exemption for businesses with less than 50 employees?
So
or yeah, Jeff, well, whomever, sorry.
That's okay. So let me clarify that exemption because it has been discussed. The way it was crafted under the federal law is that exemption for businesses less than 50 only gets that small employer out only for employees who are wanting to use it to because their child doesn't have childcare. So
that's right.
It is limited to that. What the employer would need to show is either A, it would jeopardize their business as a going concern, their expenses are exceeding their revenues, or they wouldn't have sufficient staff, or 3, that employee who's asking for the leave is a key person.
Right. That's right. You're reminding me of that. And it does concern me if we expand it to employers with less than 500 employees, it opens up a really big door to a lot of employers that could find themselves in a tough spot. So I'm, at least in the beginning, I'll make it as simple as I can. I'm in favor of continuing with our current program without a reload of the bank. And I'll just leave it at that for now until I hear other comments. My brain is full of information at this point that I'd rather just kind of sit on for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. What I just heard is somebody is going to get to try to sway John and convince him. So let's start with council member Alvarez. Go ahead and give your comments.
I understand that there's not a lot of data in respect to businesses, especially with new hires. As a business owner and from business owners that I've spoken with in the community, it is the fear of hiring someone who is infected, who does transmit to the fellow employees that would later mean that there would be a shutdown of the business. That seems to be a very invalid, in my opinion, cause for concern. With that said, I do believe that we should extend the program, but I do agree with Councilman Sawyer in regards to replenishing the bank for the employees. I believe that Councilwoman Victoria made a great point in regards to the assuring that they're able to return to work into their position. So I'm happy to hear that Cal OSHA does have language that provides for that type of protection. In regards to revisiting, I'd almost suggest revisiting either at the end of the first quarter or the second quarter, depending on what my fellow council members say. It is ever evolving situation. And when we take into consideration the federal credits and assistance, I think this is an issue that definitely has to be revised frequently. I do believe in the protection of employees, and that is why I do advocate for the extension of the program. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this has been a difficult one. I totally feel the pain of the task force. And one of the things I did was read our actual ordinance there. And section 1 says the council finds, based on evidence and records presented, that this ordinance is necessary for protection of public peace, health, safety, and welfare. I haven't seen that evidence, and that's a struggle. I get the numbers are increasing, but that's that dilemma there. If someone were to ask me, what is the evidence that you believe needs to continue this? It's a struggle with me. But where I'm kind of landing is I think we should continue it as it is, no new leave balance. And I would also like to add the city of Santa Rosa into that, because I really think it does not seem fair for the city to be excluded from this. And quite frankly, we might learn more efficient or effective ways of tracking this or operating it if it actually was incumbent upon us to follow the same rules we're asking of other businesses. So that's pretty much where I landed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Did you have a suggested date of how long this would last?
Yes, thank you. I think it should be consistent with the federal tax credits, March 31st of this year.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts, did you have another comment or question? Okay, Vice Mayor Rogers.
Okay, so going down, I think that the expiration should be the expiration of the state of emergency with the acknowledgement that we can go back and visit if needed before then. Yes to the hardship exemption. Continue with the current leave balance. It should include all employers, including the city of Santa Rosa. And I don't know. It just feels great to hear the comments and to know that the council were all on the same page about protecting not only the workers in our community, but the small businesses. And prior to Jeff speaking, I was in favor of having it go back retroactively, but it seems like the burden would be posed more on the worker than the employee to do so. So I'm reconsidering that. All done.
All right, thank you. So I will expand on the comments made by many of my council members. I too am going to be in favor of extending and expanding this. For me, though, one of the metrics that I'd like to see built out in it is, and this is one of the key distinctions that Congress did, is Congress made that tax credit optional, made it optional for businesses and then expanded that tax credit. I want to make sure that any business that actually can, under that law, access that funding for the tax credit, that we no longer have it be optional, but actually required. And I am sensitive to the conversation around impact to businesses. And to me, that's a significant chunk of it is if those folks have access to the tax credit, there is no significant business impact to them in the long run on it. We just need to make sure that they are doing their part as well to both access that funding and to keep our community safe. I completely agree with the comments made that we need to apply this to the city of Santa Rosa if we are asking businesses to step up and do it as well. And then I do want, when we bring this conversation back, I do want more information or more clarity, and I'd hope, Raisa, you could do a little bit of outreach on this to the healthcare industry, because that was something that this council chose not to pursue. In the last one was the exemption for medical workers that we know that other jurisdictions had done. I am still, given that we're at the 0.7% ICU bed capacity, and to be clear, that's not beds, that's medical personnel that they have available. I would still want to see, before we continue that path, some level of outreach to our health industries to make sure that we are not shortchanging our community in this ordinance. So I'd want to better know when we pass this ordinance what that impact is going forward. As it stands right now, absent data and absent some of those stories, I'm inclined to continue the direction that we've been going with not providing that extension, but I do want to give them an opportunity to step up and provide us some of that info. Councilmember Sawyer, did you have any additional comments now that you've heard everybody?
If I may ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So when you talked about requiring the tax credit, perhaps I misunderstood you, but one point I wanted to make, and Raisa or anybody, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the tax credits are still available for employers under 500 if they provide the benefit. And so Councilmember Fleming mentioned, and I'm not sure I heard any other council members speak to this, our ordinance eliminated the lower cap. But if you reinstate the lower cap, there'll be a full tax credit at least to March 31st for employers under 500. If you want to have the higher cap, Councilmember Tibbetts suggested that the city, I guess, would pay the difference. But if you use the lower cap, at least till March 31st, and you expand it to include employers less than 500, I believe that they will then get a dollar for dollar tax credit.
Yeah, and I appreciate the clarification, Jeff. That's exactly what I was intending in my comments, is that right now, folks have an option of whether or not to provide these benefits and can receive the tax credit if they do so. What I'm saying is I'd like to see us not have it be an option, but be a requirement for those who do have access to that tax credit, because to your point, they have the dollar for dollar match. They have those public dollars that Councilmember Tibbetts was looking for to be able to provide the to provide the benefit to their employees.
So I'm not trying to make policy for council. Believe me, I am not. But one option would be to have, you could roll it out in a variety of different ways. And I know we're getting into the weeds here and it's complex. I acknowledge that. But the tax credit ends on 3/31. Whether you want to have the ordinance go till 3/31 for small employers, or you want to change the lower cap, higher cap, I'm not quite sure. We've gotten direction in that area. So I just mentioned that.
Yeah, and my intention was for it to run to the 3/31 where the tax credit is available to folks, and for us to reconsider at that point what additional changes we would need, and in particular the conversation that I brought up around the potential vaccine and where we sit with that rollout throughout our community, because that could significantly change where we find ourselves. And to be clear, I hope that significantly changes where we find ourselves with hopefully a smooth rollout.
So just to confirm that I'm understanding it correctly, you're suggesting that the ordinance go to March 31st, we cover all employers, and we have the lower cap.
Yeah, all employers who are eligible for that tax credit. Councilmember Sawyer?
So I'm going to have look for Jeff's reiteration on this. So what I'm hearing is if we have a sunset at March 31st, and let me address the sunset for a second. One of the things that I was concerned about is we told the people of Santa Rosa that we were going to sunset at the end of the year. We were doing that as in anticipation of things being really different with COVID-19. So I think that the stage has changed, and I think we need to respond to that change as far as the date. So as much as I dislike telling our citizens one thing and then changing our mind on a sunset, the things have changed, and I do think we need to respond to it. Back to the question. What I'm hearing, Jeff, you say is that if we do embrace the concept of employers with 500 or less employees, including 500 or less, that they would have an opportunity in tax credits at up to March 31st, and that in essence, as long as they apply for them, there's kind of no harm, no foul to those employers.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, that changes my a couple of things. So I'm still with the continuation of our current provisions, with the addition of, I agree with the March 31st deadline for the reasons we just discussed, and I also would like to include the city of Santa Rosa. I think that sets a good example. So those two pieces, or those three pieces, March 31st, include which includes all employers. So that's really what we were saying. And the let's see, March 31st. Oh, and City of Santa Rosa.
And the one thing that I didn't hear definitively, so I got the March 31st, I got the less than 500, so covering everybody, that includes healthcare, got the city, got the hardship exemption, got the no to new leave bank, the lower cap. I heard a couple of different things on that one. Do we want to keep the lower cap for childcare and caring for others, or did you want to have a single cap as it relates to the tax credit?
Could you, Rosa, could you go over again the cap conversation? It's one of those things that my head starts to spin when we talk about the caps.
Sure. Again, for reasons of taking, let me just get to that slide. Okay, so for the federal act, the compensation allowable that employers pay to employees links itself to the amount that the employer can get in tax credit. And if an employee takes leave for caring for themselves, they are eligible to be reimbursed up to $511 per day. If you take leave for childcare reasons or for caring for somebody else, then the compensation rate is only $200 per day. And so what our local ordinance did was eliminate that lower cap, and they treated caring for someone else the same as caring for oneself. And so I heard a couple of different conversations as to whether to keep the single compensation cap or to revert back if we expand it to having the lower cap for caring for somebody else or for childcare purposes.
I'd have to see any chance of getting a straw poll on the council with that one piece.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I can have us come back to it once other comments are done, if that works for you, Jack. Or John, sorry.
Thank you.
Jack, go ahead.
Jeff, are you absolutely 100% certain that the tax credit benefits are going to apply to our city program? Because my understanding is that they do not apply to programs that go beyond the federal program. And so why I bring this up is I'm seeing the council basically say we shouldn't entertain supporting businesses because the tax credits will support the businesses. But our ordinance is beyond the federal program. So are you absolutely certain that they're going to get these tax credits that they're going to need?
So when you say it goes beyond, we're going beyond it, I don't believe that we are. If we keep it within if we reinstate the lower cap, I think your question though is a good one. And I don't know with 100% certainty if an employer is providing let me back up. So when the federal law sunset on December 31st, Congress said, if you, employer with less than 500 employees, choose to continue to pay the benefits, we will reimburse you at those caps that we had put in place. I think what you're asking is if it's the city of Santa Rosa now that's saying you must provide that benefit, do they still get the tax credit? My understanding would be yes, because they're making the payment. It's true we're taking the option out from under them because we're requiring them to, but nevertheless, they're still making the payment. I would think that the tax policy behind that would still apply, but I think
the way I'm hearing the question is if we expand it to include those that were not covered under the federal act, then would those businesses receive the tax credit? And my understanding is no.
I agree with that.
I asked this of our lobbyists. I asked this of federal, in looking at the federal things. And so the only businesses that would potentially receive, if they apply for it, the tax credit would be those that were eligible under the federal act only.
And so this is exactly why I bring it up, because I'm hearing my colleagues say that we want to continue the program we had, which did go beyond the federal requirements. We wanted employers not previously covered to cover. And so when this goes to the Economic Development Subcommittee, I hope that the staff in charge will really, educate the subcommittee on the tax credit law, and then subsequently the council when this comes back for a vote, because I don't mean any disrespect to the council, but I don't think we understand this.
Yeah, and I did want, if I may break in, Mr. Mayor, for a moment, I did want to emphasize this is a study session. We will be coming back, and this area, and if there are other areas that the council wants us to really delve deep into and get a really solid handle on, we can do that. So this is the opportunity for us to identify those areas as well. So I do appreciate that.
Okay, Vice Mayor Rogers.
It's going back a little bit. I just wanted to make a comment about the sunset on March 31st. I think that my biggest fear with going with March 31st is that we will have another gap in protecting our workers. And so I don't mind revisiting the ordinance, but actually having it sunset on March 31st. It appears that we would already have to start, because we're already almost in February, already start and know what the federal government is going to do ahead of time in order to be in front of the, what's going to happen if we sunset on March 31st. Does that make sense?
So I'm again not trying to make policy, but I have some of the same concerns as the vice mayor. I would rather have a reconsideration date scheduled and have a longer sunset horizon, because I am very concerned with our head times and how quickly the dynamics changing. To that 2 months is the blink of an eye. So I would ask the council to consider, when we go through the work of the subcommittee, a longer horizon. I'm more than happy to schedule something to come back before the 31st, because I think there is going to be potentially some changing federal laws with the change in administrations as well. We could schedule something, but at the same time, keep our options open. I would just request consideration that the subcommittee look at that very closely and help us manage the schedule and the workflow for the staff.
All right, Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. My concern was exactly the same as the vice mayor's, and what I had proposed in my notes was that we immediately start work on the next step for the subcommittee so that we can monitor the changes as they come down, and have, that I would ask the mayor to set a date for reconsideration during your agenda review tomorrow, so that we can avoid this. I think that it's a bit of a moving target because of the tax credit sunset, as well as the new administration, as well as another surge that is going to come, as well as factors that we cannot see right now. And so, the benefit of doing something really short term is that it doesn't lock us into committing to something when conditions are going to change down the road. The downside is, to the city manager's point, 2 months is a blink of an eye. And I don't want to have another gap like we have now. I think that back in late spring and early summer, we simply couldn't have predicted these conditions as they are in this moment. But I think we can predict that at the end of March, things will be different than they are now, one way or another. And so if we're able to, I guess where I'm going from this is I would like to know from the city manager and from Councilmember Sawyer, if you think that we could reasonably monitor this through the Economic Development Subcommittee, and then if the mayor would be amenable to reviewing a recommendation from us with the full council in time for us to have a recommendation before the sunset on March 31st.
So my request again would be the subcommittee look at this more holistically, because there are just so many variables that are on our control, but that we could schedule something now, like you suggested, council member, working with the mayor to make sure we have something locked in the schedule. We've got our work plan locked that we bring back for something for additional consideration before this sunset date, so that we can get up to speed of where we sit. So I believe we can do that. I just want to make sure it's locked into the work plan, and that we're operating from that assumption.
Yeah,
I really if we could, let's do a really quick straw poll from the council. And what I'll suggest is that the extension goes to a touch-in, check-in. Sorry, 1 second, council member. Through June 1st with a check-in for council prior to the end of the March tax credits, and the economic subcommittee getting a chance to review this in early March. Go ahead, council member.
Oh, I wasn't done with my comments, but that's fine.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. But I'll start out to answer your question, which is, I think that sunsetting this at a date certain beyond doing so for tax credits and not tying it to the emergency or some other specific metrics, it just sets us up to be having this conversation again. While things might really change with a vaccination, we just don't know. It still remains to be seen whether or not you can transmit this thing, even if you're vaccinated. And so people may still need to isolate and quarantine if they have been vaccinated. So I'm unwilling to go with the June 30 sunset. I'm happy to go with the March 31 sunset of this particular iteration of it with a date certain to revisit it prior to March 31.
Okay. Council, would that work for folks if we had the March 31st deadline with a date certain at least a couple of weeks prior to that for the council to review?
Can I?
Go ahead, council member.
Mr. City Manager, given what the mayor just said, will that give you any ease in your concern about the timing and our ability to quickly review, which this task that when we, as a task force, we found ourselves very nimble and very quick to action when necessary. As a subcommittee, I'm hoping that we will also find ourselves as nimble and quick to action when necessary. Does that timing that the mayor just articulated give you any ease as far as the timing for the staff?
Well, I think the ease it gives me is that this is the priority, right? That this is where we need to make sure we're keeping the timetable ahead of us. And so that as we get in discussions about agenda planning and progress, this is the primary thing we're focused on. I mean, I just don't want something else to get in the way of those conversations. And so that's why I'm looking to make sure the council's in agreement that this is the path they want to go down, because it will limit other conversations. It is, I think it's a priority, but getting to this commitment that this is what we're going to do is critical so staff has guidance and an ability to navigate the uncertainties here.
Thank you. And I think that there are actually only maybe a couple of areas that are a little bit less than clear that we need to work through. And we may not, you know, it'd be great ultimately to have a unanimous vote. We may not end up with a unanimous vote, but we need to bring this, we need to get this issue behind us for a number of reasons. So if I'd be willing to go forward with what Ms. Fleming mentioned as far as that March 31st with the knowledge that we are going to tackle it well before that point and come back to the council with a recommendation.
Okay, looking for other comments, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Through the mayor then, to be clear, what we're approving through March 31st is the just continuation of the federal law. We are not superseding it. We are not covering the additional groups, or are we?
You mean the 500 or less? I think, well, from my mind, I'm sorry for jumping in through the mayor. We need to confirm, I believe, and be really, really clear through our legal department what if any are the impacts of what you just mentioned. If we go outside of what appears to some maybe outside of the federal requirements, are we dancing in a dangerous area? And if not, that opens some doors that we don't tonight potentially have open to us.
So I appreciate that comment, John. You know, my feeling and my observation is that we do need a lot more information. Normally, I'm the last person in the past four and a half years to say, let's send this to subcommittee. I'm usually the one saying, let's do it now. But this one really clearly, I think, to Sean's point, I think the Economic Development Subcommittee should meet next week, dive deep, come with, a couple of options to council. We heard a lot of options here tonight, maybe simplify it down to 3, but definitely understanding those tax ramifications, because what I'm seeing us do now is either potentially, depending on what we choose to do. It will not cover the large swath of people that we want to cover. The presentation opened up with the large viral impacts to Southwest Santa Rosa districts 1, 3, 5, and 7, typically lower income communities. If we don't want to put those businesses at risk of tax credits, those folks are not getting the coverage they deserve, frankly. That's my understanding of this. And if we do want to protect those folks, then we have to have a discussion about where is additional reimbursement is going to come from, whether it's the city or CARES Act money or whatever. So that's where I think that the staff diving deep with a subcommittee would help us greatly. And so we just pause until ED subcommittee meets next week. Hopefully council could get it as soon as a week after. That may violate our open government task force ordinance, but I remember an urgency clause in there that maybe we could exercise.
Yeah, and I think our posting requirements are easier for us to meet. I don't think that that'll be a problem. And you have my commitment that in our goal setting, in our agenda setting tomorrow, we can find that date for the full council. John, you're the chair, I believe, for economic development. Do you think you could bring this to the committee next week?
Well, I'd have to ask staff if they believe that they could complete their research to allow us a real clear direction when we meet as a subcommittee. Are you guys ready to bring us those kind of sureties that we're looking for if we move in certain directions?
Well, I know that in terms of hardcore data, there's not going to be hardcore data. What I can do is I can get more anecdotal information and as much information that businesses are willing to share, particularly as I heard called out the healthcare industry. In terms of the tax questions, I would have to look to our city attorney's office to see if we have a tax lawyer or somebody we could call on. The information I have on the taxes is only what I have read on legal sites, have been told from our consulting groups, but I don't know if we have tax lawyers that to our avail.
And it's really that question about tax credits. If we tell people if we tell our employers that have 500 employees or less, that they're going to be able to be reimbursed with tax credits, and then they are not, we have done a major disservice. And that's really what I'm talking about. Is we need that question answered really clearly. And I'm very trusting of you, Jeff. In right now, you have a pretty good handle on it. But I'm guessing that you probably like to confirm that information, so that when we talk to the community, we talk to our employers with 500 employees or less than 500 employees, that we are being accurate in what we are telling them they are going to be able to, they will be able to access. That's what's important to me.
Councilmember Sawyer, what I can do is I can reach out to the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber and see if they have a member who would be willing to address the subcommittee. I think that would be faster, unless City Attorney Gallagher has another option.
I was just going to say that we are in a position, unless Jeff says otherwise, we are in a position to do that research and find those answers, and certainly working with Raisa and other resources in the community. But we can get those answers, and I would expect we could get those answers by next week. And
I
Jeff,
appreciate that.
Do you have any concerns?
No,
that would be great, because it would be a big step for us to take, and I think an important step, and having that information would be vital to being able to make an informed decision.
Okay. Do we have consensus from the council? I'm seeing thumbs up from folks. Staff, you've got what you need coming out of this item?
I'll certainly be rewatching this about 5 times to make sure I do. But I had swimming, but I believe we do.
In the event that council members contradicted themselves, go with the most recent one at the end of the study session. And with that, we will end the item. Council, we're going to take a 10-minute break. we'll be back at 4:25 here to complete the rest of our meeting. Okay, Madam City Clerk, it's 4:25 and I see a couple of council members here. I think we have a quorum. Go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Stephanie. And Councilmember Sawyer will not be rejoining us today, but I do know that Councilmember Tibbetts will be back shortly. With that, Madam City Attorney, do you have any report out from our first closed session as well as the study session?
As to the closed session, the council met on item 2.1 concerning existing litigation and gave direction to its legal counsel.
Great, thank you.
We have no additional comments on the study session.
I was worried you were going to come back asking for more clarity, Mr. City Manager. No proclamations or presentations today. Go ahead with our item number 7, staff briefings.
So 7.1 COVID response update. I just want to give a couple of updates to the council and the community. Regional stay home order extended indefinitely. On January 9th, the state extended the regional stay home order indefinitely for the Bay Area, which includes Santa Rosa. As a reminder, under the extended order, residents are directed to stay at home except for work, shopping, or other essential activities, such as medical appointments. All sectors other than retail and essential operations must be closed, and outdoor recreation is allowed. The restrictions will remain in place until the state's 4-week projections of the Bay Area's total available ICU bed capacity is greater than or equal to 15%. At present, Bay Area ICU capacity is 4.7%. Sonoma County's ICU capacity is currently 6.9%. Testing. The County of Sonoma continues to wrap up COVID testing, particularly in neighborhoods most impacted by the virus. The efforts now include 2 weekly sites in Santa Rosa run by the county's Department of Health Services at Andy's Unity Park and the Roseland Library. Testing at these sites is free and confidential regardless of immigration status. More COVID testing information is available at the county's website at socoemergency.org/test. Lastly, an update on the vaccinations. Vaccinations are actively underway in Sonoma County. The most recently, Sonoma County has partnered with Safeway to administer COVID-19 vaccinations to county health workers and eventually the broader public. The county is hoping the vaccination services will begin to members of the public by the beginning of February, but you need to pay attention to updates as this situation is evolving. Understandably, there are a lot of questions about the vaccine, and there will be frequent updates available at the county's website, socoemergency.org/vaccine. And that concludes the presentation on COVID update.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. And that last website that you gave, the socoemergency.org/vaccine, I will also point out for the council that the county has launched a new dashboard so that we can also track how many individuals have been given the vaccine throughout our community. So that's a pretty good tool for us to be aware of. With that, would you like to go on to the next item?
Yes, 7.2, we have a brief update this evening on the Community Empowerment Plan. Magali Tejas, Deputy Director, Community Engagement, to present.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update on the Community Empowerment Plan. We're going to start out with the Community Empowerment Plan report, We've completed the report, which will be reviewed by the assigned staff task force to make sure that we've satisfied the initial goals of the report. Once that takes place, we'll submit a copy in English and in Spanish to the community members that participated in the listening sessions to make sure that the information is in line with what they commented. We'll also be working with CAB members as well. Once participant feedback is received, then we'll share the report with council on February 23rd. Through the recommendations noted in the Community Empowerment Plan, a few programs were born, and I'll provide a couple of brief updates on those. Starting with the Multicultural Roots Project. The project has been going on for 3 months now. We've highlighted 11 historical and current BIPOC leaders, that's Black, Indigenous, people of color, events and places in Santa Rosa. Stories are shared on the city Facebook page, also the City Connections newsletter and city website. We're working with community partners such as Sonoma State, Santa Rosa Junior College, Santa Rosa City Schools, and Community Action Partnership, as well as other nonprofit partners to further promote the stories. We have received very positive feedback from the community about the project and hope to keep it going for as long as we possibly can. Another project is the Lowrider Patrol Car. That is a collaboration between Sonoma County Lowrider Council, Santa Rosa PD, and the Office of Community Engagement. We are on schedule to receive the car by the end of the month, which will then be provided to the Sonoma County Lowrider Council for the conversion process. We're working with a local BIPOC organization, FTA Productions, to develop a documentary video of the project, as well as some of its members. So moving to the Chiefs Community Advisory Board, which is CCAT, they've received 43 applications from a variety of community members, and the staff is in the process of reviewing the applications, and Chief Navarro will interview applicant finalists and make final selections by next month. Lastly, the Ethnic Studies with the COP pilot program. On December 15th, we held a culmination activity for the youth who participated in the Ethnic Studies with the COP pilot program. The idea behind the development of this pilot program came about through the listening sessions that were held with various community groups via the Community Empowerment Plan. They were held from July to December of 2020. During those meetings, it was frequently expressed that more positive interactions between law enforcement and youth, particularly BIPOC youth, can help to bridge better long-term trust and relationships. The Ethnic Studies with the COP pilot program was born from these community conversations and was an opportunity for youth to interact with officers in a safe space and produce positive interactions that will help us to continue to create a bridge. 12 youth were participated in the distance learning camp. Parents were personally notified on 3 separate occasions of the program and its goals. None of the departments involved received any objections from the participants or their parents. The program took place after school hours. The curriculum was written and carried out by community engagement staff who identify as BIPOC community, so Black, Indigenous, people of color. The officers who participated were out of uniform, and their role was to support the interactive activities post-curriculum, meaning that they did not teach the curriculum. The youth were surveyed, and some of the outcomes were the following. 100% of the youth surveyed noted 3 of the following items. 1, they felt that through this program, they were able to have positive interactions with SRPD. 2, they felt like they would like to continue learning about ethnic studies. 3, they felt safe and welcomed in class. 100% of the parents surveyed noted the following 3 items. 1, that their child benefited from his or her time in the Ethnic Studies with the COP pilot program. 2, that they were pleased that the City of Santa Rosa offered the Ethnic Studies with the COP program. 3, that they believed that this was a great way to increase positive interactions with law enforcement. During their time with the program, youth learned about historical leaders such as Rosa Parks, Dolores Huerta, Elsie Allen, as well as the women's right to vote. The pilot program ended last month, and we're in the process of creating an advisory group that contains educators, restorative justice specialists, as well as youth to brainstorm the next engagement opportunity and design. In terms of lessons learned by staff, one would be to be sensitive about naming of the program. Ethnic studies is a unique and important term that came from the community and those who have done the work to decolonize education. A more appropriate name would have been Multicultural Roots Junior Project, which is more reflective of the content that was delivered. There were a few questions and concerns that came from community members outside of the participant group that I'd like to help clarify. So this was a 6-week pilot program, and it's ended. There was never any mention of implementing this program at Santa Rosa City Schools. The officers involved did not teach the curriculum. We look forward to sharing plans for our next engagement opportunity once the advisory group completes shaping what the next engagement will look like. And that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Council, do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to 7.3.
7.3, glass fire recovery update, and I believe it's Mr. Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal this evening.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and members of the council. A quick update on the glass fire. The community meeting will be Wednesday the 20th at 5 p.m. We'll cover the Skyhawk Park and open space update, watershed protection update, update on the trees, the issues with the trees, as well as debris, and then rebuild. So we put the survey out, which we talked about last week, to understand what the needs are of the community, and have already had a lot of responses with a lot of good questions, and RSVPs are already coming in. So looking forward to that community meeting. We're down to one property left that to get into either a private or public debris removal program. So our efforts are shifting over to the needs related to the tree program, as well as all the other properties throughout the burn scar with the debris, getting them cleaned up and their properties back in order. Regarding trees, following up on our questions from last week, PG&E has still not yet scheduled the meeting related to the trees that they had offered with the City of Santa Rosa, County of Sonoma, as well as the other agencies and state agencies. However, we did just get confirmation this afternoon that the meeting with CPUC and legal is now confirmed and has been publicly recorded. The president of CPUC accepted the schedule, and the City of Santa Rosa and County of Sonoma with the staff that have been designated will be meeting with the president regarding the concerns that have been raised on Friday, this Friday at 12:30 p.m. Regarding stormwater, a lot of concerns regarding the open space and the lack thereof for the fire damaged areas around Skyhawk. So legal was able to help expedite a contract, and one contract and another contract will be moving forward soon to help expedite the process for the recovery. So that's working on protective measures as well as storm drain repairs, as well as city staff are going to be doing work in-house on the walking trails and other various repairs that need to be done to get that open back up for public use. And that is our highlights right now from watershed and debris for the glass fire.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions from council? Okay, Mr. City Manager, let's go on to 7.4.
7.4, water and recycled water supply update. Jennifer Burke, Water Director, leading us off.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of council. We are here today to provide the council with an update on water supply conditions. With me this afternoon is Peter Martin, our Deputy Director of Water Resources, who will provide information on current water supply conditions, as well as our conservation messaging and water use efficiency tools that we have available to our customers. And Emma Walton, our Deputy Director of Water Reuse, who will provide information on current recycled water supply, as well as how we are working to outreach and assist our recycled water customers during these unprecedented dry times. And first, I'll be starting off with some background information, as well as an overview of our water supply. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to start off with some general information about our water supply. The city's water portfolio consists of 3 sources, as well as a robust water use efficiency program, which reduces water demand. Approximately 90 to 95% of our water supply comes from surface water, which is provided by Sonoma County Water Agency, or Sonoma Water. Sonoma Water is our region's water wholesaler, providing water from the Russian River to approximately 600,000 people in Sonoma and Marin counties. To reduce water demand, Santa Rosa Water implements water conservation and water use efficiency programs. By improving our water use efficiency and eliminating water waste, it allows the city to use our existing supplies to meet demands, as well as every drop of water that we save increases the reliability of our water system for our water customers and reduces the need to develop additional supply for future users. We also have 2 groundwater wells on Farmers Lane. These wells supply approximately 5 to 10% of our water supply and are used during the summer months to supplement our water supply to meet peak demands. And finally, the city has recycled water for non-potable purposes. Within the city limits, we use a small amount of recycled water at places like Finley Park, A Place to Play, or business parks for irrigation purposes. Recycled water is also an important piece of our water supply because every gallon that is used is a gallon of potable water that we can save for other purposes. In addition, using recycled water for a beneficial purpose also reduces our need to discharge into local waterways. To that end, Santa Rosa typically reuses 95% of our recycled water. Many years we reuse 100% of our recycled water to provide recycled water to the Geyser Steam Field to produce green energy, to urban customers in Santa Rosa and Roanoke Park, and to agricultural customers. Later in this presentation, Deputy Director Walton will provide an overview of our recycled water supply. Next slide, please. So focusing on our potable water supply, as I mentioned, about 90 to 95% of our water comes from the Russian River. The map on this slide shows an overview of the Russian River system and the watershed. The Russian River system is operated by Sonoma Water, and their operation is governed by State Water Resources Control Board Decision 1610, as well as 4 water rights permits that allow them to divert water from the Russian River, store that water in their 2 reservoirs, Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma, release water from the reservoirs to maintain flows in the Russian River and Dry Creek, and then divert water from the Russian River to provide it to our community. The East Fork of the Russian River, which is towards the top of the map, is supplied by diversions from the Eel River through the Potter Valley Project, which is currently owned and operated by PG&E. Water flows through the Potter Valley Project and then goes into the headwater of the East Fork of the Russian River, which flows into Lake Mendocino. Lake Mendocino is a much smaller reservoir than Lake Sonoma and holds approximately 1 year's worth of supply. It typically fills up during the winter months, and then throughout the year, water is released to meet flow requirements as well as provide for water demand. Sonoma Water releases water from Lake Mendocino into the upper Russian River to provide supply for certain communities like Ukiah, Cloverdale, and Healdsburg, but also to meet those in-stream flow requirements in the Russian River. The majority of our water supply comes from Lake Sonoma, which is a much bigger reservoir holding approximately 3 to 4 years worth of water supply for the region. Water is released from Lake Sonoma down Dry Creek to meet in-stream flow requirements in both Dry Creek and Russian River, and to meet water demands for the region. Water from the Russian River is diverted into the Sonoma water system by rainy collectors located at Maribel and Wooler. And that's that green dot on the map you see before you. As I mentioned earlier, the operation of the system is governed by Decision 1610, which is a State Water Board decision. Decision 1610 limits the amount of water that Sonoma Water can divert each year and also sets the minimum flows that Sonoma Water must maintain in the Russian River and Dry Creek. Decision 1610 establishes different minimum rates of flow in the river depending on the time of year and whether the hydrologic index or water supply conditions are considered to be normal, dry, or critical. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the hydrologic index, or water supply conditions, is defined by Decision 1610 as cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury, which is located in the Eel River watershed, or on the Eel River actually, upstream of the Potter Valley project. The cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury is based on the water year, and the water year starts in October 1st of every year and runs through September 30th. The cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury is measured on the first day of each month, starting in January. And by rule, conditions are considered normal unless there is a dry or critical dry condition. As of January 1st of this year, conditions changed from dry to normal based on cumulative inflow into Lake Pillsbury, even though rainfall in the Russian River watershed and levels in Lake Mendocino are incredibly low. So what does this mean? Sonoma Water had to increase the amount of water released from Lake Mendocino starting January 1st to meet those higher minimum flow levels in the Russian River. We have been working closely with Sonoma Water's staff, and based on current conditions, forecasting, unless there is a deviation from the normal minimum flow requirements, Lake Mendocino is projected to drop to critically low levels by the end of summer. Next slide, please. In addition to the forecasting based on current conditions, Sonoma Water was recently notified by PG&E that they were approved to reduce flows through the Potter Valley project to help preserve water supply in Lake Pillsbury. So this will also reduce the amount of water that is flowing into Lake Mendocino. Due to the limited rainfall, the current hydrologic conditions, and Sonoma Water's projections, taking into account everything, including the reduced flows through Potter Valley project, Sonoma Water made the decision to file a temporary urgency change petition with the State Water Resources Control Board last Thursday to help preserve water supply in Lake Mendocino. If approved by the state, this will allow Sonoma Water to reduce the amount of water they have to release from Lake Mendocino. We do know from experience in previous dry years that applying for a temporary urgency change petition, as well as messaging to our customers about using water wisely and eliminating water waste, successfully allows Sonoma Water to preserve supply and meet conditions. With that background information, I will now turn it over to Deputy Director, Water Resources, Peter Martin, who will discuss the current conditions as well as the outreach campaign we are launching and the tools and resources we have available to assist our customers with saving water. Deputy Director Martin.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As Director Burke mentioned, I will just sort of cover some of the local conditions and some of the actions we're taking as a region and as a utility to deal with the ongoing dry weather. Excuse me. So this figure is a little bit outdated, but we did pick up maybe a few tenths of an inch in the last week or so. But as you can see, we're continuing to fall behind with regard to percentage of normal for our rainfall so far. Typically this time of year, we'd be seeing more than 12 inches of rain by January of the year. So obviously falling behind here in Santa Rosa and also in Ukiah in the upper watershed where we receive the majority of our rainfall and water supply. This is based on percentage of normal for prior 30-year averages. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this storage graph shows on that black line there that water supplies are continuing to decline in Lake Mendocino. Hence why Sonoma Water is taking proactive measures in filing a temporary urgency change petition. I think what's most concerning is that typically by this time of year, you would see water supply levels starting to rebound. However, because of the increased flows conditions required by the normal operating conditions in a normal year, Sonoma Water is continuing to release water and water supply levels are continuing to drop. Next slide, please. As you can see, water supply levels are also continuing to decline in Lake Sonoma. Lake Sonoma is our 3 to 4 year water supply for the region. as Director Burke had mentioned, it is currently at about 64% of water supply capacity for this time of year. Next slide, please. So, obviously California goes back and forth in between times of dry and wet weather. So Santa Rosa Water is planning ahead. We've been here before and we're prepared. So we have several tools available to us as a utility. The first being the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. It is a plan that is updated on a 5-year basis or more often. It's a flexible tool for responding to ongoing dry conditions and asking for customers to conserve. Obviously, it's got flexible buckets of where we can ask customers to either in a sort of adjust the need of the region as far as cutting back on water. Also, as we're giving you this update today, we're going to continue to provide ongoing updates to the Board of Public Utilities and City Council. We've already launched out some bill inserts and some little blurbs in the City Connections newsletter, which has quite a bit of reach, and also are starting to prepare several social media posts asking folks to conserve this winter as it is continuing to be dry. And you may have heard some of the wine country radio spots. Those have been running throughout the end of December and will continue to run throughout the end of January. Those are sort of messaging, asking people to turn off the irrigation outside and take proactive measures during this winter to conserve water. And then also we're continuing to sort of pre-package outreach and actions to respond as we continue to monitor the situation with this dry year. And then further, we continue to monitor and coordinate with our regional partners on the water supply, and we will continue to adapt and adjust our consistent messaging depending on conditions so that we're aligned as partners in the region and partners in water supply. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have a water shortage contingency plan. It's sort of a living document that is updated routinely, and it describes how Santa Rosa Water will respond to various stages of dry weather, drought, or perhaps an emergency as well. It's driven by a regional supply outlook, and it has a variety of voluntary and mandatory levels of action or progressive things that can be done depending upon the severity of the weather. It also documents several actions, including progressive water use restrictions, prohibitions, enforcement actions, and other demand management tools that we can utilize as a city and a utility to respond to the need for a reduction in demand. Also, the implementation of a water shortage contingency plan. Of note to this council, levels of action can only be determined by resolution of the City Council. So action cannot be taken without action of the City Council. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we're working with our regional partners. The Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership is a partnership of 12 different cities and utilities in Marin and Sonoma counties. We're launching a winter regional awareness campaign. The tagline has been confirmed. It's a dry year, save water with us. And also we'll continue to carry that dry year messaging and impacts in the region. As part of this awareness campaign, we'll provide water saving tips and also direct public to rebates of the various agencies that are listed. Next slide, please. So, obviously we're here to help. It's always a good time to plug our water use efficiency contact here. You can go to our webpage at srcity.org, WaterSmart, and learn about many of the rebates and programs. Also, we have quite a bit of information about how to program your irrigation controller. Obviously, right now, we're asking folks to turn off the irrigation because it is winter, but also a lot of WaterSmart saving tips for your home. Additionally, you can sign up to get a WaterSmart kit so you can do a little bit of DIY work in your home to chase down leaks and also become water smart. With that, this concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will hand it over to Deputy Director Emma Walton.
Thank you, Peter. As Peter mentioned, I'm Emma Walton. I'm the Deputy Director of Regional Water Reuse Operations. I oversee the operations of the region's wastewater treatment plant, as well as operations of our recycled water distribution system. I'm going to provide a brief update on the current status of recycled water availability for the region. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of our recycled water program. Through treatment of wastewater at the Laguna Treatment Plant, Santa Rosa reuses on average about 6.6 billion gallons of recycled water each year. We reuse this water in a number of manners. About 2/3 of it gets sent to the geysers to be recharged and used to produce renewable energy. We also have urban irrigation to irrigate golf and parks. And we use about 1/3 of it to irrigate agricultural lands for fodder crops and vegetable growers. As Director Burke mentioned, during times when we have more water than we are able to reuse, we are permitted to release water to the Laguna. This we do very infrequently. Our goal is to reuse 100% of our recycled water, which we typically do. We very rarely need to release water to the Laguna. Next slide, please. To recap our reuse for last year, we reused about 5.7 billion gallons last year, which is down about 1 billion gallons from our average. As I mentioned, about 2/3 of this went to the geysers. About 1/4 was reused for agricultural irrigation, and the remainder for urban irrigation. What's important to note is that the water that we send to the geysers, as well as the water that we send to our urban users, it is bound by contract. And we have uninterruptible contracts in which we are obligated to send recycled water to these users. Our agricultural users take up the remainder of the water that we have available, but they are interruptible customers. Next slide, please. The recycled water that we produce is tied very closely to the amount of rain that we receive each year. As you can see in this graph, this shows the water year, as Director Burke mentioned, is from October through September. The gray line on top shows an average year of the water that comes to the plant. As rainfall starts to increase in December, January, February, our plant flows start to increase, and that becomes recycled water that is then available for reuse. And then as rainfall drops in March, April, May, and through the summer, our recycled water production drops. Last year, you can see we were below average for the year. And this current year, you can see that we're even below last year, which was substantially below our average. And this graph here, I wanted to show you first to just kind of get you oriented with what I'm trying to show here around averages. But if you flip to the next slide, please, you can actually see that it doesn't quite show the whole picture. What this graph is showing is the last 35 years of recycled water production, that the water that has come through our treatment plant. The light blue lines there show every year for the last 35 years. You can kind of see the gray line, which shows an average year. Last year in the dark blue was actually our previously historic low production of recycled water. And you can see our current year of recycled water production is even substantially below that. So we really are in a very unique year in that our recycled water production, due to the lack of rain, is really just as low as we've seen it in 35 years. Next slide, please. We also keep track of the recycled water that we maintain in storage. We have about 1.4 billion gallons of available storage. Typically, right now, we would be seeing this storage gaining. As you can see in the gray line there, the average line shows that typically about this time we are gaining in storage, and we would anticipate to continue to gain in storage. However, because of the lack of rain, we find ourselves flatlined in storage, and without more rain, we will continue to flatline in storage and not gain, which would really, that's where we see the production of recycled water occur, which makes recycled water available for our users during the summer months. So if this line doesn't start to gain, we really won't have the recycled water available that we typically would have. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, as we approach the year, we are preparing for little to no recycled water to be available for our interruptible customers. As you may be aware, last year, due to the low amounts of rainfall, we had to cut recycled water available to our interruptible customers by 30%. You can, if you recall from the graph, the current production is even substantially below what we saw last year. So we're looking at even greater cuts for this year. So we're preparing for that, for another very dry year. We're starting to get messaging out to our customers as soon as we possibly can in order to help as much as we can provide as much recycled water available. We did cut our deliveries to the geyser system to 91% of our contract. We are required to meet 90% of our contract. And if we go below that, we face penalties. So we cut our flows to the geysers as much as we possibly could, and we were able to get it down to 91% of the contract to really try and free up as much water as we could for our agricultural users. We are continuing to have meetings with our agricultural users. We are planning a meeting on January 20th to make our ag users aware of the limited recycled water that we will have available this season, as well as have ongoing conversations with our regional partners. We are the largest recycled water producer in the region, but there are other recycled water producers like the town of Windsor and some Sonoma Water who produce recycled water as well. And we work closely with them to make sure that we're optimizing how we reuse recycled water in the region and make as much recycled water available for our ag community as we possibly can. Next slide, please. So with that, be happy to open it up for any questions. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Emma, Peter, and Jennifer. Council, are there any questions on this item for staff? So I just had one, Emma, and it was related to the conversation last year around notifying our interruptible customers. Have we already started to reach out to them to let them know sort of where this is headed? Or is that something that we don't typically do until we have a little bit more clarity on what's going to be available for those users?
We already have started to reach out to them. We have, learning from last year, have maintained consistent and frequent communication with our ag users. We have shared all the information that we've shared here today with ag users. We will continue to share information and really try to get out in front of it and make sure that we're getting the message out as soon as we possibly can so our farmers can prepare for another dry year.
Okay. Vice Mayor, you got a question?
Not a question. I was just going to say, in reviewing your presentation, it definitely it seems pretty scary. It reminds me of when I was younger, and Peter was talking about reaching out to the community. I've heard it said before, but I think the best way to reach out to parents sometimes is through their children, because they definitely keep us accountable. So when we educate them, they are constantly educating us. The older we get, the more we tend to die hard with old habits. So just want to put that out there again.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, we mentioned outreach with the Wine Country Radio, and my question would be, what outreach have we done in Spanish? That would be my first question. And the second question is, by what point does it trigger coming back to the council to ask that we do implement the regulations, the fines, and the more tougher sanction?
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question. And thank you for the question. Yeah, I neglected to mention that the Wine Country radio spots do include several Spanish language radio stations as well. So they are in English and Spanish, and we'll continue to do that as time goes on. And then also any products that we put out as far as social media and also outreach for the region will be in bilingual and Spanish as well. So, and then regarding the water shortage contingency plan, yes, so it's driven by mostly regional conditions. So we'll get a better understanding from Sonoma Water, our water supplier, on where they are as time goes on, but there are several triggers. One of the biggest ones is if they project that water supplies are going to fall in Lake Sonoma below 100,000 acre feet, that immediately triggers a 30% reduction in supply for the region, and we would have to take pretty drastic measures to meet that. Additionally, anytime we see a temporary sea change petition filed like they did file in January, much like they did last year, they ask that the water suppliers do take proactive measures to implement conservation. So in those instances, we would be notified and driven by regulatory factors in the state. They would kind of give us that nod or prod to go ahead and start to implement conservation measures. And we would respond hopefully in a unified way with our other contractors for Sonoma Water as well. And then, you know, also obviously it can be driven by just what's going on in the region, just knowing, working together that we are going to come up short and maybe we'd work on something more of a voluntary, but typically start progressively, some voluntary measures, and then work your way up if things start to get pretty ugly.
And if I could add, Councilmember Alvarez, it's a great question. We do work closely with Sonoma Water. We're continuously in contact and coordinating. And there is a water shortage allocation methodology that's in place that if the water agency's forecasting shows that there's a need for them to start allocating water, then we will use that methodology together to determine what those allocations would be. And then that would then trigger the actions we would take. And then we would work closely first with the Board of Public Utilities to get a recommendation that we would then bring to the council before we would need to implement our water shortage contingency plan. So at this time, we have no need to implement, but we wanted to make sure that the council was aware that we do have this tool. It's available for us to use. We used it last during the drought of 2014 through 16. It was very successful in getting our customers to reduce demands and preserve supply. So as Deputy Director Martin had mentioned before, unfortunately, we're used to, you know, wet and dry seasons, and more often than not lately dry. We've been through this before. We are prepared to take action and help our community get through this and take the steps we need to when we need to. Right now, we're just continuing to message that it's dry. We want everyone to be water efficient, use water wisely, and making sure that we're getting that information out to our community.
Thank you.
All right, council members, I see no other questions or comments. All right, Mr. City Manager, let's go on to item 7.5, and then I will take public comment on all of our staff briefings.
7.5, City Investments. Alan Alton, Deputy Director of Finance, leading us off.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. The item that we have now is an overview of the laws and regulations that relate to investments in local governments. And we will also provide a overview of our investment portfolio. Just a little background before we kick this off. As you know, we received a rather large settlement from PG&E. Those funds had no legal restrictions on them, so we've put those into assigned them in our general fund where they sit. And the question came up from council is about investing those funds. So at that point, we thought that it would be good to have members of PFM Asset Management who manage the bulk of the city's portfolio come in and kind of walk through those regulations. So with that, I have Paulina Wu and Monica Spike, who are managing directors with PFM, and I'd like to turn the presentation over to them now.
Being Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Paulina Wu, and as Alan has introduced us, we work with PFM, who is the city's investment manager. I'm joined by my partner, Monique Spike.
Afternoon, everybody.
And so what we're going to do is go through a little bit of we were asked to really introduce what governs California public finance investment code. So we're going to go through a brief overview of that for the council. Next slide, please. So what we have are this is the code citation, again, just for your reference. Here are the two main code sections of California Government Code that govern all public investment for operating and general funds. Go ahead, please. These codes apply to local agencies, so they're defined as counties, cities, public districts, school districts, but they typically invest through the county. But again, that would cover the city as well. Next slide, please. One of the things that we'd like to point out, and we always like to remind remind everyone of when we talk about public funds, especially short-term funds, is that public funds have very specific investment objectives. And the number one is the safeguard of principle. That's the most important. And then, of course, meeting your liquidity needs. Do you have the money when you need it? And then third is to achieve an investment return within the specific allowable legal parameters. Next slide, please. The application of that specific government code. So these are some of the big things that come out of that code. So first is the agency type. Those are the public entities in California. The second is the types of funds. So those would be operating funds, general funds, sinking funds. That settlement money that you received came into the city's general fund. So it qualifies under the general fund. It would be governed by this particular code. And then, of course, some other safety things, like the delivery of securities. You have to have a third-party custodian. It must be in the city's name. There are specific limits in the code, as well as maximum maturities on the fixed income securities. And all of these, the city does follow and is in the city's policy. Next slide, please. So here's the big, I know it looks like a lot, so don't be fazed by all the colors and lines, but what this is meant to show is, and we often get asked by the questions, especially when we're in a market environment in the equity market like we are now, why can't we go into the equities? Why aren't we making more money on these, on our investments? Well, again, I will remind you that our the first objective per state code, per the policy, per all of public investment is safety. And so when we think about all of those outside things, we've got all the equities, all of the ETFs, all of the high yield bonds, private placements, private equity. They're legally prohibited for general funds. So all of those things are not allowed by state code. State code is specifically written to keep money safe. It really does concentrate all of the general fund money in two places. One is in very, very safe fixed income, so the bond market, not equities. And the second thing is there are maturity limits. So generally you cannot invest past 5 years. So even if you saw a 30-year bond that you thought was great, that would not apply. That would be illegal under government code unless you had a very specific approval or purpose for it. So this is just a graphic version to sort of cover a lot of the investment in the universe that we get asked about. Next slide, please. We wanted to show you two, the city's permitted investments. So this is the list of fixed income that is in 53601, the government code. We've laid it out. So you have the government code, the amount of the portfolio that can be in it. All of this is high quality fixed income or money market or liquid securities. So very short deposit accounts. And so those are the parameters set forth by government code. You can see that city's policy is very much in line with government code. And where the percentages lie. So you're pretty much in line. There's some other specific things like credit requirements. There's a couple of technical things that are also in your policy and in government code that you do follow as well that apply to fixed income. Next slide, please. The key takeaways from this is that the government code is inherently risk averse. The number one objective is to keep the money safe and to have it when you need it. The objectives, of course, are safety, liquidity, and yield. And finally, the code's designed to protect public portfolios while providing a bit of flexibility to invest according to the goals and risk tolerances of your agency or entity. But that is within very, very narrow parameters of fixed income. And then what we have at the end, and I know you all see it monthly, and we just have the last report, the 1130 report. Next slide, please, of just the city's portfolio, just in case you had any questions about where it was invested. And this encompasses the entire portfolio. The city does manage internally some of the liquid funds, again, as they use for operations, and then there is a larger portfolio that is in the fixed income market. They also managed a local banking and CD program that looks to put money in local banks for CDs. So that's what that FDIC insured CD in the middle of the chart is. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Council members, do we have any questions? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. Going back to slide 5, I was curious why certain investments like money market, bond mutual funds, and local government investment pools are only permitted for 1 day, or am I misreading the chart?
No, those are not. So money market funds, by their nature, are liquid. So it's not that they have a restriction; it's that you can get your money out the next day. So when you do a weighting on them, their weighting in terms of maturity distribution is 1 day.
Okay. And in your experience, anything here that's permitted, what would the highest yield be on a 10-year average, just out of curiosity?
I understand
it varies.
We've been through two, in the span of 1 decade, we've been through two what we would call lifetime events. We had the Great Recession, which really threw interest rates. We have what just happened last year. By and large, the general rule of thumb is the more risk you have, so the more credit risk, so corporate bonds, or anything that's backed by the credit of an entity, those would be the higher yields because they are higher risk, and the longer they're out. So, for instance, a 1-year corporate bond would yield less in a normalized environment than like a 5-year corporate bond. So, by and large, those that's what you're looking at in terms of relative value. I would have to look. I don't have a specific number for the 10-year average of. It would have to be the 10-year average of a corporate index that is single A or above.
Okay, yeah, I think if you happen to come across that answer in throughout the course of this presentation, I hope you'll volunteer it, because I was the council member who asked if we could have this presentation, and looking at all the permitted sections would be really helpful to know. Okay, if we use some of our proceeds from the fire fund to invest in U.S. Treasuries for 5 years or 10 years, what's the yield going to be as opposed to if we invested in medium-term corporate notes? Just so we can think about, okay, how can we use this chunk of money, this principal, if you will, to help support ongoing city operations for the next 200 years?
No, that's an excellent question, and I just to give you a bit of an overview on that, if you don't mind flipping down to the portfolio slides, the city has contemplating that. The city, it's not a sort of a one like, are we going to invest in a 5-year today or a 10-year today? There's a strategy. So what the city does, if you keep going, please, to the end of the presentation. One more. Sorry, one more. There you go. The city has looked at its cash needs. We have a strategy. It's a 0 to 3 year strategy. It's a 1 to 3 year strategy. And that means that this is a total return portfolio. So it's managed to a benchmark, which is that 1 to 3 year treasury index. That generally has an average maturity of about 1.8 years. And what that means is that you have 0 to 5 years that you can get to 1.83 years in any combination of ways. I can buy, half 1 day securities and half 5 year securities and get to that like sort of middle of the road. What we do is we look at the value in the market based on maturity and based on sector allocation. That was your point. Like, is it better to buy a treasury today? Is it better to buy a corporate? Am I being compensated for risk? That's another aspect. Like, it's not about the highest yield. It's about why is that yield the highest or what is going on in the market? And so we have a strategy that's based on this, it's safety. It's based on what the city's risk tolerances are, where they see needs, where money is allocated. And part of this does include, their liquid funds you keep for operations. So it's not all PFM managed. But that is all internally done. And we have, we try and optimize where the portfolio yield is. Unfortunately, we're in a 0 rate yield environment. So today, your yields and your returns are going to be significantly lower than what you see in the equity market. And I know that's what sort of everybody's really familiar with right now. For instance, the 10-year treasury is at near 1% right now, which is crazy. It's crazy low. It's, again, another one of those unprecedented times that keep becoming more precedented or more precedent that we see. So that's just the reality of fixed income and where the city has to invest, or California public entities and public entities across the country have to invest.
So trying to just add to that. Sorry to interrupt. I think also with the bond market, typically when you hear people talk about the bond market, they're not talking about this very short duration space that California entities can invest in. As Paulina mentioned, or manage the city's portfolio to a 1 to 3 year strategy. And in sort of the broader markets, when people talk about the bond market or the fixed income market, they're talking about core strategies, which are much longer duration, 10, 30-year bonds. So there's a difference there as well in terms of return expectations for this portfolio versus what you tend to hear being talked about.
So to try to distill this down, or what you're saying based on your graph is really, if the city were to invest some money, it's unlikely that we'll see yields above 2.5%. I'm looking at your portfolio yield cost line on your chart, and it looked like it was performing the best in November of 2019. That's the kind of ROI we can expect within the boundaries of the law that we are required to operate within.
In this current investment environment, yes, there's nothing, again, if interest rates, so if tomorrow we have an amazing economic report and everything's great and the Fed raises rates 300 basis points, then that would reset the limits. But in this current rate environment, yes, you won't see anything, that's much higher than that. If you want to flip, can we go one slide back, please? And just again, Councilmember Tibbetts, just for your question, and I think it's a really good one. I'm sorry, one more. To your question about, where do you find value? Why aren't we buying treasuries versus corporate notes? If you look at the bottom pie chart, this is really that choice. And we are showing, when we see value in the market that fits with the city strategy and often offers the correct compensation for the amount of risk, that's when we're buying strategically. When we don't, of course, then we're going to put government securities in the portfolio. And, we make those choices on a daily basis. So again, we are very, very mindful of making sure that the city's funds are optimized at all times.
What's the highest you've seen in your career in terms of an annual yield?
In terms of, well, for a portfolio like the city's, a 1 to 3, Monique, do you have I would think the highest I've ever seen, and I've been in this business for about 15 years, is
I've been here a little bit longer than Paulina, and unfortunately, in my tenure, I think over the last, 17, 18 years, I mean, the best it's been has been, 5.25. We've been in an interest rate cycle where, interest rates have been falling to extremely low levels. And the interest rate that we're talking about, the benchmark that we use is the federal funds target rate, because that really anchors the short end of the yield curve. And, that fell to 1% after the Great Recession, fell even further to that 0 to 25 basis point range. We got some relief a couple years ago when the Fed started raising those rates again. And then we saw that rate decline in 2019 and then drastically in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. So now we're at a 0 to 25 basis point range, literally 0.0% to 0.25% as the anchor point on the yield curve. So, what we're dealing with and what we expect to continue dealing with over the next few years is being forced to look at investment choices where you have very low yields on the Treasury curve, trying to find some additional income with credit. As Paulina mentioned, we're really making strategic decisions. Are we being compensated enough for that credit? So we'll see the portfolio yield continue to decline, unfortunately, over the next few months, likely over the next fiscal year, until we see that anchor rate start to rise again.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from council? I did have one for you, and it's unfortunate to see some of the areas that we can go or can't go. I did look back after having a conversation with Councilmember Tibbetts. Obviously, we would never do this, but investment in Tesla a year ago would have returned $725 million for the city. So I understand having the safety as the principal condition here. One thing that we have discussed, and we discussed it at our long-term finance committee probably about a year and a half ago, was some of these emerging programs that we've seen, pilot programs, where a city can take their investments, their CDs that are liquid, and partner with local credit unions and other banks. And then the credit unions then can loan it out for purposes that the city dictates. So for example, housing production. It's a huge goal for us. It's a huge goal across California. Are you seeing other cities move in this direction of utilizing some of their CDs or investment funds to invest in housing or other priorities that we know might not have the same kind of direct return for the city in terms of a percentage, though I'm sure you could negotiate that, but more of the social capital or the social impact within the community?
Absolutely. It's a great question. It's a really, again, it's not just the city. So to answer that question, it's not just you all who are contemplating what we call ESG, which is environmental, social, governance. You may have heard it as SRI, which is social responsibly investing. I forget what the other acronym is, and Monique will come out because Monique is very versed in this. To your specific question, so part of the thing, because we do work with entities across the country, it's very much dictated by their state regulations, number one. So California Government Code being what will dictate for you all. But again, the code in other parts of the country is very similarly restrictive. I think that's part one, because public funds are very specifically regulated. So for instance, even if you wanted to go to a bank, any bank, and deposit them, you have to have collateral agreements. They have to be super safeguarded. We actually, with the city, when we started that CD banking program, I think almost 7 or 8 years ago now, we had some of the credit union actually return their money because it was so arduous, the reporting and the collateralization requirements on the banking side. So there's an administrative aspect that's a bit of a hurdle that is embedded in public funds. The other question that you have there we do find cities trying to find innovative solutions. One of the ones that we specifically, and we have, we're talking to the city about it, we talk about it all the time as we always consider the environmental social governance for the city's funds. And we know that's a topic that you care deeply about. There are ways to structure the portfolio to meet some of the guidelines. Again, this is a strategic discussion that we have, that we will be having on a quarterly basis, or that we do have and will continue to have on a quarterly basis with staff. As to specific programs outside of sort of a portfolio management, like an ESG mandate or an SRI mandate on investment in the fixed income, I don't know of a specific one outside of like a banking program where you're investing in the local bank. I haven't heard of one there where they're partnering with the loan, because that has been one of the hurdles, is that if cities or any entities want to do sort of that kind of loan structure, like, you are not equipped to be a bank, so you kind of have to get a bank to do the banking. I have not seen one deployed on a larger scale. Monique, I don't know if you've seen something like.
I'll add to that. I think, Councilmember Rogers, you're specifically talking about, I think, impact investing, where you're looking to deposit funds to have a very specific impact, whether that be a commitment from the bank to build housing in a certain area or to do something directly for your community. I have had some of my clients who are exploring ways to have sustainable investing, impact investing, or ESG techniques, explore similar things. I think where we sort of get into some friction there is getting the agreement sort of documented on how you monitor, assess what the impact is. So how do you sort of document that commitment from your business partner, from your banking partner, to build those houses, to do whatever that impact that you require? And then how are you sort of monitoring that over time? And that has been some of the sort of the strain, sort of getting those documented, but those conversations have been taking place. And as Paulina mentioned, we have lots of conversations with our clients and with the city, of course, on ways to look at sustainable investing approaches for the portfolio that we manage on the city's behalf.
And just as a follow up, we've had one of the things we've done is in other places they have a very similar program, or similar programs, CD programs to the city. And one of the clients that I work with has requirements very similar to the ones that you were asking for, like a loan program on their CD program. So they have, to Monique's point, have very much revised and sort of struggled with how to evaluate, how to continue to track, and then again, how do you translate a lot of banking terms into real world, X amount of loans is what in the real world, and how does that really reflect on the city's mission? And those are the very technical and very you have to have a lot of thought that goes into thoughtful places in those programs. Not that now you can do that, and not that you don't have the will, but those are really the places where a lot of time and energy is spent.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And when we looked at the analyses for what a city chartered bank would look like, it was the capitalization requirements and some of that staffing that you talk about that was a significant barrier. And I'm just struck that perhaps the efforts might be better spent doing some form of reforms over in Sacramento on what types of investments or how to invest cities can partner with their local jurisdictions, their local institutions, I should say. So I appreciate that. Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, the first question that I had was actually housing, but thank you for answering that question. And thank you for asking that question, Mayor. The second question that I had was for Monique. You stated that you had seen a return of 5%. What time period did you notice that? Was that the earlier 2000s?
That's 2005.
2006?
2005, 2006, yeah.
Right before the housing crash.
Right before the house, yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Yep.
It's when Monique and I were still in the analyst pool on the Bloomberg every day.
But another great point that was made was actually local investment, which you just brought up, Mayor. But nonetheless, though, I imagine there was a correlation between the housing and the housing crash with the higher interest rate, especially when it was interest only, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, those were interesting times to be in finance. I'll say that.
Yeah. I just as you know, I started my job at PFM 3 months before the crash happened. So I learned a bunch of stuff, and then the next after 3 months, it was irrelevant.
All right, Council, any other questions? All right, thank you both so much for the presentation, Alan, really appreciate it. And with that, we will go on to public comment for agenda item 7, our staff briefings. Madam Clerk, if you could pull up the timer. And first I see Miko, followed by Dimitra.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
All right, I'm Miko. I'm from, so I just want to comment to what Magali was talking about, the Sonoma County Law Order Council and the cop car build that's going on. And so before I comment to that, I just wanted to say a little bit about myself. So I'm from the Santa Rosa area, born and raised. I'm from the Roseland area. I'm a part of the Sonoma County Law Order Council and Latin Rollers Car Club. And I just want to commend the city on the effort of just locking arms with us to do this. Me as myself, you know, I just grew up in this area, grew up around lowriding, and even as a small child, you know, when I was riding in a car seat, my car seat was strapped into the back of a lowrider. And I just really seen that the young people that got involved with lowriding when I was younger, how they really stayed out of trouble. So the fact that, you know, the Violence Prevention Partnership, the police department, and everybody's, you know, trying to just lock arms with us so we can make this project happen is amazing. The original idea behind it was really to just bridge the gap between the community, the city, and the police department. And, you know, we had the ideas of, you know, like during Spirit Week, during schools, the police officers taking the, being able to take the cars to the schools, getting the kids excited, and just kind of showing the young people that law enforcement, you know, that they too could be law enforcement, and that, you know, we as the lowrider community wanted to really just reach across the aisle and give this gift of lowriding to the police department, so they can share in that culture with us. And really, you know, lowriding is art. And, you know, there's been some negative comment from other community members saying that the city was appropriating our culture. And I really just took offense to that because, you know, this is my culture, and all the culture and all the people that are involved with the Law Order Council is multiple car clubs and large car clubs in the area. We're a collective, and everybody's in support of this project. And I just wanted to reaffirm that, you know, we are all excited, we're pumped, and we're really just can't wait to get this project on the road. And, you know, the young people, and yeah, so I just wanted to take the time just to commend the city, commend the Violence Prevention Partnership, and commend Navarro and the police department. And yeah, we're excited. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We have Dimitra, followed by David.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So to clarify, the community concerns received regarding the Ethnic Studies with the COP program were actually a report of survey results and very strong comments from hundreds of individuals submitted to the City Council and the community engagement staff. So the report given made no mention of this, and I feel that's a little disingenuous. Now that we know the program isn't planned for implementation to schools, let's address the larger issue. I heard a stated aim to increase positive interactions between police and youth, but without meaningful police reform, this program is essentially a photo op that doesn't reflect reality and won't contribute to meaningful change for the community. My questions: when will cahoots be implemented? When will there be, disciplinary action for the human rights abuses reported by protesters in Santa Rosa? When will the city of Santa Rosa ban the use of tear gas, projectiles, and military weapons on residents? When will the individuals who committed vehicular assault be held accountable? The basic ideology behind this program appears to try to encourage early relationship building between Black, Indigenous, Latinx, students of color, and law enforcement. I don't doubt police can interact with students positively in a controlled environment. However, this does not protect them from harm later when they are racially profiled by law enforcement agencies who have not engaged in sufficient anti-bias training, who have not screened their ranks for officers with memberships in or affiliations with white nationalist groups or ideologies, and where human rights abuses are allowed with no consequence. Reports are being received right now of active law enforcement in support of the Capitol insurrection, locally, state, and nationwide. We need real reform. Please listen to the community. Healing the relationship between the community and law enforcement starts with meaningful police reform and accountability, not performative band-aids. Santa Rosa residents and community reports of racism and brutality in law enforcement have made this need clear. Please engage in meaningful police reform. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Demetra. Appreciate your comments. David, followed by Raquel. And just as a reminder for folks, we don't engage in a back and forth during the public comment, but I can ask some of these questions once we are done with our public comment for some response.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is David Escobar, and I'm a resident here in Sonoma County. And I want to just, I'm also part of the Latin Rollers Car Club, and I just wanted to echo the comments by Miko. And I also want to thank the city for the hard work that the city has been doing in trying to create different potential positive, and I would say not potential, but actually actual positive spaces for community engagement. I also want to talk a little bit about the Latin Rollers and the Lowrider Council. There's about 6 car clubs, and the last Cinco de Mayo event that we took pre-COVID, that event yielded about over 400 families that attended our event. And so we have quite a constituency, and I think that and know that there's a huge portion, almost unanimously, that the families and the car clubs are enthusiastic about the lowrider patrol car that is coming our way, hopefully. We know that Oakland has one, San Francisco, I believe, has one, and also the city of Stockton has one as well. So we'll be part and joining a part of this collective. I think that is very positive for the community. And I think especially these times, there's really a need for positive community engagement and with community, especially the lowrider community that has always been seen as gang affiliated. And I think that some of this engagement with the city and the police and the council can actually take away a lot of the stigma that has been promulgated throughout decades of lowriding. I do also believe that, and I'm not going to comment on the other projects. I'm here specifically talking about the lowrider vehicle. But I do believe in police reform, and I do believe in not taking the lowrider car as a photography opportunity for the city. I think it's a mutual situation here where the council and its membership is actually doing a meaningful project for the community. And so I just want to thank you for your courageous effort in helping us engage in these positive interactions with the lowrider community. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Next up will be Raquel, followed by Kimmy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Raquel, and I am a resident of Sonoma County, and I wanted to join this public comment to address the ethnic studies with a COP program. I will name first that I'm really trying to hold back a lot of my sentiments because I really hope that I can be clear with what I'm going to say. Also, I really hope that y'all were taking notes while Demetra was talking because I really think she made a lot of really good points. I don't believe that police equals safety for our communities, and that means our youth. I know that a letter was submitted to you all and to the folks at the Community Engagement Office about this program that expressed a lot of deep concerns over the program itself. And yes, police can get out of uniform whatever, but ultimately what is still happening is police being in a space with young people, which does not guarantee their safety. So another thing that I wanted to bring up too, I really wanted to invite y'all to the California Department of Education's Facebook page. In June of 2020, they actually had a live stream where they were talking about Safe Schools hearing and the impact of police in schools. And it's really astounding to me to watch that and then realize where I am and where things are in Sonoma County, because it seems like polar opposites. I don't believe that police should be in schools. Again, they do not protect people of color. They do not protect Black folks. They do not protect Indigenous folks, and they do not protect people of color. So lastly, I just want to say that I really hope that the folks, who were part of putting this program together can understand that, yes, even if the program is not going to continue, there's more to the story. The harm was already done. This needs to be addressed because it was a mistake, and there needs to be accountability for this. So I really, hope that this program is not replicated in any way, shape, or form, because it's not what the community wants. And we see that through the survey that was also submitted to you all, where people were able to comment their thoughts on this program. So that's all I want to say for tonight. I yield my time.
All right. Thank you, Raquel. Next up is Kimmy, followed by Lib.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Kimmy.
Hi, my name is Kimmy Barbosa. I am concerned at the lack of transparency and communication around the ethnic studies with the COP program. You presented very selective survey results and a very selective description. However, students in Sonoma City have actually been surveyed and expressed they don't feel safe with the presence of law enforcement in their schools. A second survey received by community members specifically regarding the ethnic study program, pilot program here in Santa Rosa, revealed similar results. And not to mention a petition that went out last week has already gained almost 300 signatures to prevent this program from continuing. I know you did mention that this is a pilot program that will not continue, but you also did mention there's an advisory board to create further engagement opportunities with officers and youth. If the perception of law enforcement is that if the goal of this is that you're trying to change the perception of law enforcement, then please consider addressing the reasons why there is a negative public opinion and why that exists in the first place, instead of creating programs that act as band-aids to the root of the problem. It is the traumatic actions of the police in this area that has created this negative public perception to begin with, not a lack of interaction between law enforcement and youth. To push these performative programs instead of real change or reform to law enforcement is a disservice to our communities, especially our communities of color and our over-policed communities. Cops playing soccer with youth or cops hanging out pencils to students does not change the fact that children have been murdered by law enforcement in this community. I'm speaking about Jeremiah Chass and Andy Lopez, or that our families have been impacted by incarceration. So I hope that the advisory committee does not move forward to have any more of these engagement opportunities with law enforcement and youth, because it is not, first of all, trauma informed, but also it does not address the root problem at what is causing this distrust in law enforcement in the community, what is causing this negative perception, and what is causing this trauma to begin with. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Kimmy. Thank you for your comments. Next up is Libs, followed by Chris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool. So Kimmy just gave y'all a masterclass of what you should be doing right now, and I really hope that y'all were taking notes because everything in there was really important. Speaking to the root of these causes, in what way do we think that law enforcement, which is a derivative, well, sorry, not a derivative, it is a symptom of white supremacist values. Why do we think that we can reform this and make it better? Why do we think that a cancer can be turned into something that's benign? Like it's not going to happen. Abolish the police. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Chris, followed by Michael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was calling in also about the ethnic studies with the COP. I agree with Kimmy. I don't think that there was enough interviewing of students across the county rather than just interviewing the students in that class or the little short program that you guys ran? Like, why weren't you guys interviewing students across the county to see if this is even something that they feel comfortable with? And I noticed people keep calling in about the lowriders. So I have a question that I would hope you guys can answer this later. How much did that lowrider patrol car cost, and why weren't those funds used to address the systemic and implicit biases that too often impact relations between law enforcement and communities? It's concerning to me that the city would rather spend money on a vehicle than further training their officers that have shown throughout this last year that they need some help. And like Kimmy said, this course was not trauma informed or trauma sensitive. Personally, I know that my children would have been really upset to be in a course like that. They witnessed and heard my personal experiences while protesting throughout the summer last year, and had to be told that their mom wasn't coming home because she was arrested for protesting. And they're Black, and their experiences with police officers have not been positive. So just with that knowledge, I don't think that, like, yeah, this is not trauma informed at all. At a minimum, you guys should be doing that for children. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Michael, followed by Kelsey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Michael.
Hey, so I was part of a group that emailed members of City Council earlier this week, as well as the Empowerment Commission, the information regarding our open letter about ethnic studies with a cop, as well as some survey results that were done by the organization Save Your Six. And we didn't get a response, unfortunately. So, you know, this is we'd like to hear from you individually as council members on how you feel about this program. But at this point, what I was disheartened to hear tonight was that it seems like first of all, let me just say that the communication about whether this program is going to continue and in other forms is really inconsistent. We've heard that it's not going to be continued anymore, but tonight we heard that the results of the survey information gathered from the program are going to be carried out into possible future programs. And the only lesson learned was maybe we shouldn't, name it ethnic studies with the cop. And that concerns me for a lot of reasons. Our concerns were the fact that law enforcement were involved with students, which we know students of color are over-policed in this country. And this program was working with students from Bellevue Elementary School, which I understand is a high minority enrollment. So, our concern is that those concerns aren't being taken seriously. But I'm concerned that, these kind of program might continue under names that don't reveal that law enforcement is going to be involved. And the community really needs to know that, our priorities here are we need to be really clear about what law enforcement is involved in and what they're not involved in. And as, was stated by many speakers before, real healing with the community here is going to require law enforcement to take accountability for the actions that have made them unpopular. I don't feel like this kind of program, which, makes the county look like it's trying to reach out to youth of color, it's not addressing the underlying concerns that we have about the way that, Black Lives Matter protesters are treated, the killings of youth of color and police brutality in general. I don't believe that, our community is completely special. It may have, slightly different historical roots, and I don't want to brag about that. But, yeah, let me just say that as finished, please consider ethnic studies with a cop, and please reach out before considering carrying this program forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Kelsey, followed by Amanda.
Hi there. Okay. Yeah, my name is Kelsey. I was born and raised here in Santa Rosa as well. And yeah, I want to speak to the issue of ethnic studies with a cop as well. I hope you're getting this sense from these comments how shocked we were, many folks I talked to and myself included, when we heard about this program. It absolutely feels tone deaf. There's so much movement towards accountability, potentially like real sweeping changes, and having communities who have been trying to tell us what they need to be different about the way that policing is done and how unsafe they are, how over-policed certain communities are, how it doesn't keep them safe in any way. They've been trying to tell us for years what they need, and maybe there's some traction now to start listening to that and making real change. So again, what others have said about this feeling very performative, like a puff piece, like a PR campaign. I think ethnic studies or whatever you would want to call it is very important. To tie it to this particular issue feels very strange. There's a movement to take cops out of school completely. There was a whole debate about it not being about the personalities of the SROs or whether someone had had a good experience with them. It was about listening to, even if it's a small number or percent of people who feel unsafe or have been harmed, that we pay attention and make our policy based on what they're saying. So you cannot say that a program is for a community if that people from that community are telling you they don't want this, they want something else. And I definitely agree that we want to understand where the listenings came from in the listening circles and what needs to be done to make what we want more clear around real reform and investing in communities. So basically, we don't want cops to seem safe. We want them to be safe. We want people to be safe from them. So we need to work on that. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kelsey. Next up is Amanda, followed by Bailey.
Hi, Amanda. Please go ahead and mute your mic. Unmute your microphone.
Looks like we're having a little trouble with Amanda. So let's go on to Bailey, and then we'll try to come back to you in a minute, Amanda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I would just like to pretty much echo everyone's statements from Kimmy and Libby and forward. Pretty much, yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Yeah, I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Bailey. And it looks like we lost Amanda from the meeting, so I'm going to give it a second here to see if Amanda comes back or if anybody else raises their hand, and then I'll bring it back to council. David, go ahead.
Oh.
I can hear you. You're a little breaking up a little bit, but let's go ahead.
Okay, this is Tavi with Love and Light, and you know, I'm in the doctor's office, but here we go. You know, the first thing is we passed Measure P, and we don't need a program where it doesn't have public comment or public opinion. Things need to be transparent with our county. It needs to be transparent with the people's voice, and unfortunately, this is not. This is going against what we as a community have been fighting for: transparency amongst law enforcement, transparency within the people. And again, these closed door meetings don't work for the people. Cherry picking people to have opinions about programs that affect our children, and especially being a single mother in this county, I do not want my son to be in a program in the future that doesn't communicate to parents what it actually is. It is a false narrative that we don't want to live by as BIPOC, and it's endangering our safety. And we already have seen that with law enforcement. Why don't we build a conversation with the parents instead of forcing children on the West Side to be okay with law enforcement? This is not okay. This has not been a conversation with the community, and we need to end it now. There is just no way around that. It is disgusting behavior that we have to go back to being transparent. And that's what we're asking for, communication. Law enforcement should not be in schools, period. It is an intimidation factor. And here's the thing, ethnic studies should be taught to law enforcement, period. They need to understand how it is for us as BIPOC. And we need to abolish the system and rebuild it because it's just not working. I yield my time.
Thank you, Tavi. Next, we have Amanda, followed by Lee.
Great. Can you hear me now, Chris?
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. I had to change devices. Well, good evening, everyone. It's really great to be here with you, and thank you for taking the time to listen to the community and hear our thoughts and concerns. And welcome to our new City Council members. Eddie, it's really great to see you. I know you're from way back, and I'm happy that you're there. I'm a Chicana. I've been living in Santa Rosa my whole life. I'm currently a resident of Santa Rosa. And I've been doing ethnic studies work in Santa Rosa for over 8 years with our community. It's something that's really been wanted by the young people. And thankfully, Santa Rosa City School District, one of the districts of the many districts in Santa Rosa, has taken it upon themselves to do the work of including the community in the decision to implement their programming. So I'm a part of their committee as a volunteer community member. And to see the amount of work and effort that's gone into ethnic studies in Santa Rosa, in this district, has been really remarkable. And so it was very disheartening to hear that there was going to be an ethnic studies with the COP program implemented not in schools, but with students. I think with the amazing response that we've received from our young people around their distress, discomfort, and honestly, the understanding that there can be violence, they can be put into very violent situations with police officers, and asking to have them not be in the schools should have been an indicator to the city to not have police officers around young people unless completely necessary. I agree with a lot of the community members that spoke before me in saying that I think that it's very dangerous to have police around young people when there isn't, well, I guess I'll just say that, period. I think that there needs to be more education with our police officers, and there has to be more accountability taken, especially with this program. I feel like it's getting a little swept under the rug, but the magnitude of how these young people who went through this program, they were 3rd through 6th graders. They were 3rd through 6th graders who went through this program, and it's very confusing for young people in Roseland to have these wonderful experiences with police officers, but guess what? When they turn 13, they are going to be targeted. And no matter how nice the officer is, no matter if you make a lowrider cop car, that is the reality. And I think that it puts our community in danger. And I think that you all should really, really reconsider this program and make a public apology and think about community programs that are not about making the police look pretty, but actually holding them accountable and holding yourselves accountable to making sure that our community is safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. Next up, we have Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Lee.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome to the new City Council members. I'm hopeful, and thank you for having this public meeting. I'm going to echo lots of people. I'm a former educator in Santa Rosa. I also am a person who I'm disabled from mental health issues and a former educator. So when I was a teacher, I had the beautiful experience of being with teenagers who were willing to disclose their true feelings about law enforcement. And I really, really have strong feelings about the mental health of these children and the cognitive dissonance that happens as they are presented with training from somebody who is the subject. Okay, I need to take a breath. Basically, let's handle the human rights violations report before we have in this county, before we have any presentation by law enforcement on any racial studies. So I'm sorry, I had a note and I lost it. So I'm kind of stuttering here, but I still have some time. But my main concern is the mental health of the children who have to be subjected to people that they already fear, teaching them something that they probably are not equipped to teach in all likelihood. And also, I really like what the previous speaker said about a public apology. This is something that, again, back to the human rights violations, let's take care of that and then apologize for not putting those two things together as problematic. And then one more last quick piece. There's something, democracy is fantastic and I love it, but there's also something called consensus. And when one person is so upset with something that they block an action, which is basically what you have your community doing by calling right now, we're blocking this action. We're saying this is unacceptable to us. Those are the voices that are super important to listen to. So I'm really hopeful that this city council will be willing to listen to the people who are actually willing to call, because there's so many of us who don't call but feel the same way. So I'm end of time. So thank you again and have a great night.
Thank you so much for your comments, Lee. So seeing no other hands, I'm going to bring it back to the city council. Yep. Mr. City Manager, I heard a couple of questions in there that hopefully you can fill us in on. First was specifically around the cost for the car and for the lowrider program.
I'm going to have to get back to you. The chief's not here tonight, so I'm going to need but I will get back to council with the costs associated with the program.
Mayor, we do have a voicemail public comment that was submitted.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Item 7.4, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland, regarding water and the recycled water supply. It's very important that we realize we're going to have a year with less water than would typically be considered average. With that in mind, we may be entering drought season again. It would be really nice if the city would work with the county through the Sonoma County Water Agency to start putting in stormwater retention basins and working along the riparian corridor such as Roseland Creek to do things that would help for aquifer recharge. It's been talked about for 25 years, yet no one gets up off of the talk and walks the walk. Hopefully you folks could begin this now. This is the time, because a lot of folks aren't going to want to use recycled water for drinking water. They're hoping that we can have aquifer recharge and not have the wells run dry for folks that are still on well water in the southwest area and western area of Santa Rosa. Thank you. It's a good New Year to you. 7.5, City Investments, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. The city has a lot of money tied up in investments, and yet it always pleads poverty to the neighborhoods that are in need. Hopefully, you'll find a way to invest the monies that come into the city, especially big monies like the PG&E settlement, and put them into accounts that do capitalization and allow for the interest to come off and be spent for the things that are needed in the city right now, such as road repairs. Beat up Barham Avenue over in Roseland's a perfect example. One other innovative approach would be if you folks would begin to charge for the water that you send up to the geysers. That's an investment. That water coming from the city, the taxpayers paid lots of money to build that infrastructure to send that water up to that private business to make profit. We should be getting a piece of that profit. Thank you. Good New Year to you.
That concludes voice message public comments for item 7, staff briefings.
Excellent, thank you. So Mr. City Manager, I heard that you will get back to council and the community about the cost and some specifics on that program.
Yep.
I also heard questions around the timeline for when the community should see the CAHOOTS program, as well as the discussion on the human rights report and the specific incident reports from protests last year.
I will defer to the city attorney on the human rights report. I will be able to answer that an update is coming on, I believe on, and I will confirm this date on January 27th, involving the CAHOOTS, the in quotes CAHOOTS model. I just want to make sure it's clear that that's a branded model of engagement that's taking place in Oregon. The city is exploring a similar model. I'm not sure that that's going to be the title of the model, but that type of engagement activity will be part of the an update of that will be delivered on I believe it's the January 27th, but I'll make sure council has that date and time. And again, the community empowerment plan is coming back for review with council on, I believe, let me confirm that date, February 23rd. And so turn it over to the city attorney regarding the other question.
Thank you. Yes, we are expecting that the human rights, this will be one item, combined item in front of the council. It will include review of the Human Rights Commission report, the after action report relative to the protests early last summer, and then as well as the audit report on the specific instances of use of force. We are expecting that to be held in March. We do not at this time have a specific date, but we are expecting that it will come to council in March.
All right, thank you, Madam City Attorney. And perhaps tomorrow when we do our agenda setting, we can see if we can lock down a date so that we can start to message that out to the community, as I know that there's going to be a lot of interest on that topic. Council, are there any additional comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. We will move on to item number 8, the city manager and city attorney's reports.
Mr. Alvarez.
I believe that Ms.
I apologize. Go ahead, council member.
I appreciate that, Mayor. We also forgot to include the tear gas use and as well as, I believe, maybe sympathetic police officers that to the national events that just occurred in DC. I would like to also see that being included in any conversation that may be had as it was brought up by our constituents. In regards to the overall issue, I believe that transparency sometimes brings forth a bit of uncomfortableness, and that's perfectly fine. One of the issues that was brought up is the vehicle. And I want to tip my hat to Councilman Swellham. This is something that was brought forth by the community. And I would hope that my brothers and sisters out in the community understand that this is something that we asked for, Roseland asked for. And it's something that empowers us to be able to say, look, we are here and we want to contribute to our community. And I'm thankful to say that the city listened. Sadly, when it comes to the ethnic studies, it might have been the lack of communication between our community and the city who might have had the best of intentions, but maybe failed to include all of our community in that conversation. What I would like to say to my community members is that we must try. We must try even at the consequence of failure. But hopefully through failure, we understand that there might be a better way to conduct and provide something for the future. It is trial and error. This is something new that I'm experiencing in the city of Santa Rosa, which is the ability to be heard, the ability to be listened to, and move our ideas forward. And in the future, you do have a council member who can advocate on your behalf to make sure that your concerns are being heard. I'm here, please use me. With that said, let's work together. I mean, we have David, we have Miko, Gordo, Juan, part of all the council. Those are great leaders in our community. Those are definitely individuals that have stepped forward, and I think they should be applauded and supported in their plight to be represented and have representation at the table. Hopefully, this vehicle is something that can drive that forward. Toby, I heard that you're in the hospital. Please recuperate soon, and hope to talk to you guys soon. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I would like to thank everyone for their comments, and just to say that I do hear you. I do hear the concerns. One of the things I hear most, and there are a lot of concerns, is that we are trying to restructure and rebuild a house without looking at the foundation. And there are so many things that we need to work on before we get to programs and things like this to rebuild our relationship with PD and law enforcement. And so that was my takeaway from it, that we have a lot of things that we need to definitely work on and proceed with before we start integrating programs with our children who are getting mixed messages. And you are definitely heard. I think that the mayor hears you, and I'm actually confident and excited to see where the new council will take things. And we hear you guys loud and clear. And thank you so much for calling in and expressing your concerns.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll go on to City Manager and City Attorney reports.
City Manager doesn't have anything to report, but I do believe the City Attorney does, and may involve Assistant City Manager Jason.
Yes, good evening, council members. I do have 2 items that I want to report out on. One that we'll be requesting, the second we'll be requesting some actions by the council. But first, I wanted to loop back. Last week, a question was raised as to the steps that would be required to realign the 7 districts of the Community Advisory Board of CAB, such that those 7 districts would mirror the 7 districts of the council. So I did confirm that the council itself has the authority to make that realignment, should it so desire. I looked back at the city charter. Section 10 does establish the CAB, different terminology, but establishes the CAB, outlines the CAB's responsibilities, but then simply requires that there be between 7 and 14 districts. And the charter does not define those districts or set any boundaries. The charter does require that any representatives from those districts reside in those districts for the duration that they are on the board. So instead, the charter expressly delegates to the city council the authority to draw the district boundaries, and it expressly allows that mapping to be done by resolution. So realignment of the CAB districts is within your authority and in your hands. The second item is a request from staff that an additional closed session item be added to tonight's agenda. It is the Director of Transportation and Public Works and our real estate manager have requested that the council make the findings that are necessary under the Brown Act to add a closed session item. Staff, the item concerns particular real estate that the director and the real estate manager, the assistant city manager, Jason Nutt, and our real estate manager, Jill Scott. They were recently made aware of a property located at 2437 Lomitas Avenue, assessor's parcel 180-050-009, that property has recently been listed, just listed for sale. The property in its current state is a key barrier to the future evacuation route improvements for the Fountain Grove and Hidden Valley neighborhoods. So based on discussions between the assistant city manager and the real estate manager, they have concluded that the housing market is currently very strong and that the property may not be available at the council's next regular meeting on January 26th. So they are requesting that the council make the findings required under the Brown Act to be able to hear that tonight. The finding that is required is that, quote, there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agencies subsequent to the agenda being posted. And it requires a 2/3 vote of the council members that are present. If you make that finding, then we will place it on the agenda and it would be heard under item 18 on our current agenda. So to clarify, the item that is being requested to place on the agenda is a conference with real property negotiators. It would be held in closed session under Government Code Section 54956.8. The property again is 2437 Lomitas Avenue, Santa Rosa, APN 180-050-009. The agency negotiator would be Jill Scott, our real property negotiator. And the negotiating parties are Falahi Pandora, represented by Century 21. And what would be under negotiation is price in terms of payment. So we would ask that the council consider staff's request to take this item up, even though it is off agenda, in compliance with the Brown Act. So those are the two items. And again, if the council votes to place this on our agenda tonight, even though it was not on our published agenda as of Friday, then we will take that up as item 18 and we would hear public comment on the substance of that item at that time. Clearly, before the council could take action on whether to consider the item, you'll need to take public comment on that as well. Happy to answer any questions. So rather convoluted.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I will start with the easier one, which is the CAB districts. And without objection from the council, I will assign that as a conversation topic during our goal setting, which is upcoming, for us to determine what to do with that item. With the second item, I will entertain a motion from the council on staff's request to add item 18 to our agenda to discuss this potential property.
And I do want to remind you that you'll want to take public comment.
I will, yes. If there are any questions from the council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be more than happy to make that motion to add item 18, closed session item regarding the real estate issue at 2437 Lomitas.
I'll second that.
Okay. With that, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing no hands, I'll bring it back for a vote. Madam Clerk, if you want to call the roll.
And I would ask that you clarify that you are making the finding that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted. Again, it came to the attention of our assistant city manager and the real estate manager just this weekend.
I think I heard that in Tom's original motion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer's absent. Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay, thank you. We will take that item up as item 18, and we'll do public comment at the beginning of it before we go back into our deliberations. With that, do we have any statements of abstention from council members? Seeing none, we will go on to our council member reports. And just for the public, we'll take a 5-minute break at the end of the council member reports, and then we'll come back and finish the remainder of our meeting after that. Council, who wants to start? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean, I was hoping that we could have an update on some of the homeless encampment issues that are going on around town and when the community can expect some action relating to those.
I'm not prepared to give that update personally tonight, but I will make sure that staff gets an update out tomorrow.
Thank you. Well, can we actually, Sean, would it be possible to do it publicly so that the community is aware and it's not just us getting emails?
We'll provide an update, and we'll get something in the upcoming issue of City Connections as well.
Okay, thank you, council member. Madam Vice Mayor. You're muted.
Sorry, I thought I pressed it. I'm happy to make 2 appointments tonight. First, I would like to appoint Ann Baumgartner to the Art and Public Places Committee and Marguerite Finn to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board. I would also like to encourage those that may be interested to send in applications or call and ask questions. The goal of the council is to continue to diversify appointees. So it's imperative that community members from all districts and backgrounds send in applications. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Fleming.
Sounds like your puppy agrees. Is that him in the background? So I wanted to take this opportunity to, strongly condemn that the white supremacist riots that occurred last week in our nation's capital, and also suggest that that we as a nation take this very seriously, and that people hopefully stay safe going forward. But that, to my mind, this is an example of terrorism. I know that I'm afraid that just on my block, a Jewish friend, had his car vandalized today. He had Jewish bumper stickers on it. It was very clearly a directed response to that, and I sent him to the police department. But this kind of thing, is really scary and dangerous, and I just want to express my condemnation of it and those who participate in it. So thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, I would like to announce that I'm appointing Mark Walsh to the Board of Public Utilities. And secondly, Council Member Fleming, very true, and I concur fully. It is trying times that we're seeing in our nation, and we must be more unified than ever. And it's what's ultimately going to get us through is the compassion and the understanding for one another. And thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, council member. And I do also want to echo and thank both council members for their comments. I think as many of you know, I had the pleasure of serving in Sacramento's capital for a number of years. And I know that I'm not the only person here on this council that was shocked to see some of those things that happened last Wednesday in DC. Without objection from the council, in understanding that because we have not had much time to agendize a full discussion on this, I will be sending a letter tomorrow to our congressional partners, Congressman Huffman and Congressman Thompson, in support of their efforts to call for the resignation of the president, seek the 25th Amendment being invoked, or seeking impeachment of him to end his term sooner rather than later in the best interest of our community and in the safety of our community. I'll be circulating this letter to council members tonight, and any council member who would like to sign on to the letter with me can do so, and we'll be delivering that to our partners tomorrow. Again, not something that we take lightly, but I think what we saw on Wednesday shows that our community will be better off by standing together to say that that was unacceptable, that we do not condone white supremacy, that there will be a peaceful transition of power within our community, and that Santa Rosa is going to stand for those principles upon which our democracy was founded. And with that, we will take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be coming back here at the council meeting. Still looking for a fourth council member to turn off their camera, and then we'll get started again. There we go, council member. Madam City Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Yes. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer.
Great, thank you so much. So council, we will continue on in our item 10, item 10.2, which is the appointment, the instruction from the council to the mayor on how to vote on matters before the Mayors and Council Members Association City Selection Committee for a number of different positions. Madam City Clerk, is there a presentation or did you want to explain what this process looks like?
Well, the city has received, and the council member should have received the letters of interest that were submitted by the various city council members in the different cities on which board they would like to either be appointed to or reappointed to continue to serve. And so I can read who has submitted those letters of interest and which board they are interested in being appointed to, if you want me to.
Yeah, let's read through item 10.2.1. Then I will take public comment on the item and then bring it back to the council for us to walk through them and give direction. And then we'll come back and we'll do 10.2.2 again with public comment and then coming back to council for direction.
Okay, so 10.2.1, we have the city selection chair to fill the expiring term of Mayor Dominic Fopoli's term. It's a 1-year term. And number 2, the city selection vice chair to fill the expiring term of Mayor Augustine Walter from Cloverdale, and that's a 1-year term. I don't think there have not been letters of interest received for that. But item 3, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, there's 1 position to fill the expired term of Teresa Barrett of Petaluma. It's a 2-year term, and a letter of interest was received from Teresa Barrett in Petaluma. Item 4 is a Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District. Appointment is made by the Board of Supervisors, 1 position to fill the expired term of Gina Belforte of Rohnert Park. It's a 2-year term, and letters of interest were received from Gerard Judici of Rohnert Park and Dominic Fopoli of Windsor. Number 5 is Local Agency Formation Commission, 1 position to fill the expired term of Teresa Barrett of Petaluma. It's a 2-year term, and a letter of interest was received from Mark Landman of Cotati. Number 6 is the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, 1 position to fill the vacated term of Jake McKenzie of Rohnert Park. The vacated term expires in February 2023, and the City Selection Committee submits 3 names, and the appointment is made by the Board of Supervisors. Letters of interest received were from Nisa Hinton of Sebastopol, Mike Healy of Petaluma, Brian Barnacle of Petaluma, and Victoria Fleming of Santa Rosa. Number 7 is the Remote Access Network, the RAN board, 1 position. It's an unspecified term, but must be filled by a mayor. There were no letters of interest received. And then number 8, Sonoma County Oversight Board, 1 position, an alternate to fill a vacated term of David Cook of Sonoma. It's an unspecified term, and no letters of interest were received. And it is also recommended that if late nominations are received or the City Selection Committee or Mayors and Council Members Association Board recommends alternates, that the City Council can authorize the mayor or his or her designee the authority to vote on these late nominations or recommendations at the city selection committee meeting or the mayors and council members association meeting.
I appreciate that, Stephanie. So what I'll do first and foremost is that latter step. I will see if there is a motion from the council on how you would like me to proceed during these conversations in the event that a late nomination comes up or that we have to fill a seat and that the council has not yet given me direction on. So I guess what I'm seeking is authorization from the council to vote in the best interest of Santa Rosa without having to abstain from a vote because we have not received direction. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
That's just what I was going to say. I have total trust and confidence. You do your homework. You're going to make the decision that's in the best interest of the city of Santa Rosa. So I would very supportive of you making that decision should they be put before you prior to going to the entire body.
Okay. And actually, I apologize. I do have to do public comment. I forgot first before we do the motion. So hold on to that for a second, council member. I'll see if there's any public comment, any hands raised from attendees. Seeing none, were there any voicemail comments?
No, sir.
Okay, great. I'll bring it on back then. So council member Schwedhelm, with your motion, is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
Second by Councilwoman Fleming. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Sawyer absent.
And that will bring us to item number 3 on this section, the Bay Area Quality Management District. There is one letter of interest. Can I entertain a motion from the council?
I nominate the interested party, Mayor Barrett of Petaluma, to receive the support of Santa Rosa.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Thank you. So Mayor Barrett will get the support from the city of Santa Rosa. Moving on to item 4, the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District. 2 letters of interest received from the mayor of Rohnert Park and the mayor of Windsor. I will entertain a motion from the council.
I would make a motion nominating the mayor from Windsor, Dominic Fapoli, to fill that Golden Gate Bridge position.
I second that.
Okay. Are there any additional nominations on this item?
Yeah, I'll move to support Gerard Giudice from Rohnert Park.
Are there any? There's a second on the item. Okay, so we will take the, Madam City Attorney, do we take the nomination for the mayor from Rohnert Park first, or do we do the original from Windsor?
No, you'll take the first motion first.
Okay, so we will call the roll on the motion to support Dominic Fapoli from Windsor for this seat.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Nay.
Councilmember
I'm sorry, can I
Schwedhelm?
get a point of clarification? Stephanie, I'm sorry to interrupt. I seconded Gerard. Are we doing 2 positions for Golden Gate?
We're taking the first nomination that Councilmember Schwedhelm made.
Okay, so in that case.
Yeah, there's only 1 position up.
Thanks for the clarification, and yes, nay.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
No.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Nay.
Mayor Rogers.
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails with 4 nays.
Okay, so we'll entertain the second motion to support the mayor from Roanoke Park. Go ahead, call the roll.
And just so that I have that, that motion was made by by Councilmember Fleming and seconded by Councilmember Tibbetts.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay, the mayor from Roanoke Park will have Santa Rosa's support. Going on to LAFCO, 1 letter received by Councilman Mark Landman from Cotati. 1 position is up. Does anybody have a nomination?
I'll nominate the mayor of Cotati, Mark Landman, for the position.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay, great. Moving on to item number 6, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. As was mentioned, we as council members send 3 names to the Board of Supervisors, and then the Board of Supervisors selects amongst those 3. So I'll open it up and see if there is a motion to be made. Councilmember Tibbetts?
I move that we send the following names: Fleming, Barnacle, and Hinton.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, are there any other nominations? All right, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Great. So that finishes off item 10.2.1. Let's go to item 10.2.2. If you want to read through the positions and the nominations, then I will take public comment.
Okay. Number 1, the Association of Bay Area Governments Executive Board. There are 2 positions to fill vacated terms of Jake McKenzie of Roanoke Park and Michael Carnacci of Sebastopol. The terms would expire in June of 2021. Letters of interest received were from Susan Adams of Roanoke Park, Dennis Poske of Petaluma, and Ariel Cali of Healdsburg. Number 2 is the North Bay Division of the League of California Cities. 1 position for an alternate to be filled by the expired term of John Sawyer, expired in February 2021. Term expires 2 years from the appointment, and 1 letter of interest received from John Sawyer of Santa Rosa. Number 3 is the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee. There are 3 positions to fill the vacated terms of John Del Oso of Cotati, Leah Gold of Healdsburg, and the expired term of Nisa Hinton of Sebastopol. Terms expire 2 years from appointment, and letters of interest were received from Nisa Hinton of Sebastopol, Brian Barnacle of Petaluma, Ariel Kelly of Healdsburg, and Skylar Palacios of Healdsburg. Number 4 is Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit Commission. 1 position to fill a vacated term of Joe Nyokas of Healdsburg. 1 letter of interest received was from Melanie Bagby of Cloverdale. And then number 5 is the SMART non-SCTA member, 1 position to be filled to fill the expired term of Deborah Fudge from Windsor. It's a 4-year fixed term, and the letter was received from Deborah Fudge.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment on this item. Is there any live public comment on item 10.2.2? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the council. Were there any voicemail comments?
There were none.
Okay. Council, we have first for ABAG, we have 2 positions and 3 letters received. I'll entertain a nomination. Councilwoman Fleming.
Yep. I'll move Dennis Posake and Ariel Kelly.
I'll second that.
Okay. Are there any additional nominations? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you. I'll nominate Susan Adams and Ariel Kelly.
I'll second that.
Okay. Are there any additional nominations? Okay. Madam City Attorney, should we take the 2 motions as they came, or should we split it into each individual, since there are 2 seats and 3 opportunities, or excuse me, 3 individuals and 2 opportunities?
I would take the 2 motions in order that they were made.
Okay, so first the council will vote to support Councilmember Posake and Councilmember Kelly for the 2 positions. Is there any discussion on the item from council? Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
Correct. No, nay.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
No.
Okay, that motion fails with a tie vote.
Okay, so the second motion was for Susan Adams and Ariel Kelly. Let's call the roll.
Can you tell, that was moved by?
It was Tibbetts and Schwedhelm.
Tibbetts and Schwedhelm, thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Nay.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 4 ayes. Councilmember Alvarez, Councilmember Fleming and Vice Mayor Rogers voting no.
Okay. Moving on to item number 2. There's 1 seat up for North Bay Division of the League of California Cities. We've received 1 letter, and that's from Councilmember Sawyer. I think he's new in Santa Rosa. I'll entertain a motion from the council.
I'd like to make a motion.
Heard the motion from the Vice Mayor and second from Councilmember Alvarez. Are there any other motions to be made? All right, let's call the roll.
Right, I think we should have some debate on the matter first. No?
Well, I mean, if he's not here to defend himself, that both feels like it would be wrong and also appropriate.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Yes.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay, moving on to number 3. We have 3 positions. We have 4 candidates up. I will entertain a motion from the council.
I'll make the motion. I make the motion that we support Kelly Palacios.
Second. Do I have a second from Tibbetts? Are there any other motions out there? Okay. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay. Number 4, for the Smart Board 2-year term, there's 1 letter of interest from Councilwoman Bagby. Go ahead, Councilmember Tibbetts.
I move that we recommend nominate Melanie.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Tibbetts, second by Fleming. Any other nominations? All right. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
And mercifully, we come to our last one, which is the non-SCTA member for SMART with 1 letter of interest from Deborah Fudge.
We'll make a motion. We recommend Deborah Fudge for the SMART non-SCTA member.
Second.
So moved by Schwedhelm, second from the Vice Mayor. Are there any other nominations? Cool. Let's do the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Thank you, Council. I have my direction for the selection committee meeting. With that, we have no approval of minutes. Mr. City Manager, item 12, the consent calendar.
Yes. Item 12.1, resolution authorization to amend General Services Agreement F001321, League Sports Officials. Item 12.2, resolution relinquishments of portions of 3rd Street and College Avenue to Caltrans, revised documents. Item 12.3, resolution bid award, purchase order for 2021 Ford F-350 Class 3 extended cabs and chassis with 9-foot utility body, tool drawers, and material racks. Item 12.4, resolution correction of clerical area and administrative agreement approved by RES 2020-161 for collection of assessment of Sonoma County Tourism Business Improvement Area.
Councilor, are there any questions on the consent calendar? I'm not seeing any. So I will go to public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to make live public comment on tonight's consent calendar? I see one hand. Oh, I think it disappeared. I'll give one more second for them to come up. Let's go ahead and see if there are any voicemail comments, and then I'll come back to live if the gentleman puts his hands back up.
There were no voicemail.
Okay.
Voice message public comments received on consent.
Great. And I don't see the hand coming back up. So I take that we might see that in public comment for non-agenda items. But for now, I will bring this back to the council. Madam Vice Mayor, do you want to make the motion?
I move items 12.1 through 12.4 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Tibbetts. Let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Aye. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay. We'll move on to public comment for non-agenda items. Again, for the public, if you're interested in speaking, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. I see one hand so far. Let's go to Michael, and then he'll be followed by Nancy. Michael, go ahead and unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. You got me?
Yep, there you go. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mayor Rogers, council members, City Manager McGlynn. First, I'd like to support your letter regarding the actions in Washington. The hearings are continuing at this hour. Please provide a way for us citizens to join you in your letter. So tonight I want to bring to your attention an important matter regarding emergency planning. We remember this council and our Board of Supervisors saying in late 2017 that never again will we be so unprepared for an emergency. Communication preparations are part of emergency planning. There are really 2 parts to communications, from the city to the citizens, and then from the citizens back to the city. When power goes out, when cell phones fail, when landline dial tones go silent, the city was prepared. It had a program where the citizens could go to fire stations, meet authorized screened representatives with direct radio links to the city emergency operations center. Citizen messages could get through. Requests for medical, rescue, and fire assistance could get through. In December, the city suddenly disbanded that citizen-to-city communications link. There's certainly no problem dropping this program in favor of a new, better program. But the city has abandoned this link without any replacement program or even without any thought-out plan. From tonight's meeting, we know that the water department cannot implement emergency communication plans without the council's authorization. Yet this significant emergency communications program can get eliminated without any public process. You have a copy of a white paper based on my discussions with the fire department representative. He has had the opportunity to review it. He found no corrections, no additions, no amplifications, which should be included. Today, what are citizens to do? Line up at the homes of our city council members? Rig radios to directly use the Redcom communications frequency? Drive to the city manager's office? As our elected representatives, I ask you not to leave us high and dry in a communications emergency. For the time being, I think you'll agree, the city's emergency preparedness is now in a weaker state than it was before the Tubbs fire of 2017. Mike Von Reporten, West Santa Rosa.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we'll go to Nancy.
Hi, can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council meeting tonight. My name is Nancy Alcott, and I'm the owner and executive director of Lattice Educational Services, a non-public school in Santa Rosa, serving children with disabilities and providing child care for 2 to 6th grade year-old children. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our children and families and employees and asking for your help in a growing safety concern regarding the homeless encampment surrounding our school campus on Industrial Drive and Center Drive. In November, I was told that the encampment would be removed by mid-January, but it continues to grow, and now we're told that there's nothing they can do at this time due to the pandemic. Daily, we gather multiple needles on our playground and our walkways to the campus and to our classrooms. We have people defecating and urinating on campus, and our staff have to pick up human feces before children arrive. We have people high on some substances, yelling, screaming, profanity, and fighting outside our campus where our children are playing. We have found bullets on our playground. One of the trailers on Industrial Drive is a drug dealer and a prostitute operation and has frequent visitors inside and outside the trailer. I have personally been verbally threatened to be punched in the face and have had someone pounding on the front door to my office when working in the morning. Parents are concerned and are considering removing their children from our school. We now keep the classroom building locked down all day long. This is an extremely unsafe situation. Our staff, despite our staff completing daily scans and checks on our campus for needles and feces, we're afraid that one of our children will find a needle that we missed and pick it up and get hurt. I'm also afraid for our employees, our children, or our family members who may get hurt by someone who is high on drugs and hallucinating. I am requesting that the council members drive by the area if they haven't been there yet and see what we are dealing with on a daily basis. I encourage you to have the homeless services take action immediately. While I know that they're struggling with dealing with the pandemic, so are we with trying to keep a business running and keeping our children safe. We can't afford to lose any of our enrollment or to not be able to provide a safe environment for our children. Thank you very much for your time and considering taking action.
Thank you, Nancy. Seeing no other public comments, do we have any voicemail recordings for public comment?
There were no voice message public comments received, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, there was one. My apologies.
Okay, it's all good.
Item 13, public comment. Non-agenda items. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. There are some residents of Hughes Avenue who would like to thank you for the improvement of the roadway, the full completion of Hughes Avenue, which did not occur until after someone, apparently from you folks, put the word in to get it done. They're happy about that. Just down the street, McMinn Avenue has now become beat up. And Burbank, it's got problems. Over on Barham, that's the worst. Beat up Barham Avenue is a road kill for cars. It's breaking people's front ends with all those potholes. And the unfortunate thing is the man who was developing a project right there on the corner got approvals because he was putting in affordable housing units. Then, from discussions that have been had, it's been said that the city took away 2 of those affordable units and forced him to cut into his property to widen Dutton Avenue in front on the western side of the property at the corner of Barham and Dutton. A big cut off of his property, supposedly so bikes could go along there. And the thing is, very few people ride bikes on Dutton Avenue because it is such a dangerous road with so many cars parked on the sides and fast traffic. I don't believe any of you have ever ridden a bicycle along that road. You should try. It would have been better to keep the affordable housing units. That's what you claim you'll always want, but it never seems to happen really, unless somebody's making big bucks off the project. The dilemma that we face is most folks are not going to switch over to riding bicycles. Maybe some of you folks, but the general family people in Roseland especially, they're upgrading to SUVs because they're carrying their kids. And not many people are on bikes except all those bums and hobos over there that have come over to rip off the neighborhoods. That's really problematic. All those bike thieves, all the stuff that's going on, that's crazy. Perhaps you could save us from them by building more affordable housing and less of these bike lanes. And I'm a bicyclist. I'm a guy that rides my bike almost all the days that are dry. So I walk my talk, and I think that it's really important that you folks really help us to repair the roads with the money that the county gave you. Fix Barham Avenue, Burbank Avenue, McMinn Avenue, South Avenue. There's one that's beat up too. Good New Year to you.
That concludes the voice message public comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So we will keep moving through. We have no report items, no public hearings, no written communication. The only thing left on our agenda is the newly added closed session for item 18. Mr. City Manager, from a practical application, do council members join the previous closed session Zoom from earlier today, or do they have a new Zoom link in their email?
I will turn it over to Steffi Williams to explain the next steps.
I have emailed the council the credentials for the new closed session. You should have with the link. So you should have that in your email right now.
Okay, great. Then council, I will sorry, go ahead, Sue.
And I wanted to clarify also that we will keep this Zoom meeting open so that after we're done at closed session, we can step back out into this open session to report out on the closed session.
And do we take public comment for the closed session in this window?
Yes.
Okay, then I will go ahead and open up public comment for our newly added item 18, which is the negotiation with our team on property, as was added earlier tonight. I'm not seeing any hands, so I will recess us into closed session. Council, I'll see you in there in a couple of minutes. All right, council, I'm just looking for one more person. Then we'll have a quorum, can reconvene and give a report out.
And Chris, our colleagues know they got to come back, at least one of them.
Yeah, I just messaged one to make sure that they know.
First one who comes back gets a prize.
We have the vice mayor is trying to join. All right. Looks like we have a quorum. Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts, Councilmember Sawyer, and Councilmember Alvarez.
Great. Madam City Attorney, do you want to give a brief report out on closed session?
Yes, council met in closed session on item 18, which was a newly added item, conference with real property negotiators regarding property located at 2437 Lomitas Avenue, Santa Rosa, and the council gave direction to its real estate negotiator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, that's the last thing on our agenda. So with that, we are officially adjourned. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.